Everything should be in good working order. As I glare at Twitch, making sure that it actually cooperated. Anyway, so let's see about getting this game done, shall we? Welcome back, everybody, to this nightmare of an island. And you may be noticing that mic audio sounds different a little bit. That's because I just spent the better part of the last hour fiddling with it again, because there's still been issues with Discord. So I decided to sit there and basically redo all of my settings. So if anything sounds wrong, well, good news. You know why immediately. Make sure to alert me to anything broken, because I'm sure there will be something. Oh, and I probably don't need to say this, but if somebody tells me lies and says that something's broken when it isn't, just to be a pain, you will cease to be a part of this. This is the only warning. Just as a note. When it comes to something important, like making sure all the tech is working, I'm going to be enacting a minimal tolerance as far as that goes. Like, obvious jokes are one thing, but if you just say, oh hey, this volume level seems wrong, or anything only vaguely attached to the correct answer, it may not end well for you. Just bear with me a second, because I am still taking care of a couple things on the side as well, so I may get a little distracted here at the beginning. Making sure to keep everything moving. Which is going to be great for trying to navigate this mess of an area, all things considered. But, you know, we'll work it out as best we can. Okay, we still only have these two here. I'm a little confused about why the other one just kept going back and forth. I'm assuming I'm doing something wrong with that one, and we'll need to figure that out as we go. This is why when I said, and what I said at the end of last time, about the fact that I was probably going to regret not finishing this island before ending, I was pretty confident that was going to be the case, and I was going to be upset. And, well, here we are, and can confirm I am in fact upset right now about dealing with this place. This is the one that connected to this rail here. Even though it's a little fucky because of positioning, I'm pretty sure that that's the case. Still not sure what the deal with this is either. I'm presuming that'll be something I deal with once we have done everything here. Yeah, because that just brings me back here. You know, it would be so incredibly helpful as well if this goddamn island had a map. And I know, I shouldn't be getting fired up about that already. But the memories from last time are coming back hard and fast about this island. We'll get through it, though. We will find the way we're supposed to be going to get through this rat hole of an island. Yeah, because this one was done already, I think. I sent this one down and through, and that's what opened up the middle door down there, I think. And this just leads back to the main room. So I think I don't actually need to use any of these anymore. I think I can just all roads lead to Rome running down the middle here. And that might make my pathing start making a bit more sense. This place over here specifically, I think, was one of our problems. Did I actually solve this room? I think we did. Didn't we push a thing out of here? Yeah, because I pushed it past there and it clicked when it went through here. And I think that's the other one we have at the area already. Did I go down here? I think we went down here. I remember riding along a rail like that. Yeah, because it just leads back into here. Yeah, I'm pretty confident I know this room. You know what would probably make this island infinitely less frustrating? If there was music of, like, any real kind happening here. Instead of just creepy boing noises occasionally. And I say creepy, but it really doesn't affect me in that line, but I can tell that that's what it's supposed to be. Just like, look, spooky abandoned place. Oh no. Listen to the creaky noises. It's like, yep, that's great. Could we just, you know, not have those? No? That's just part and parcel with this place being abandoned? Okay. Sure thing, boss. I'm gonna run around in here again a little bit just to make sure there's not anything we missed in here in my haste to get out of this place. Yeah, because we flicked this switch and that's what changed the direction so we could bring the gear across. So I think I do actually need to get past my misunderstanding with the other spot up here. So I think that is the whole room in here, basically. So that's a thing. Which I don't understand what the... What? Oh! Oh, that's why you move these. Oh, I think I get it, and I hate it. Because it takes this with you. So if I move this one up, except this one won't go up. But that might be okay. Oh god. I think I'm starting to get it, but the getting it's gonna give me a headache, I think. Yeah, these are linked as well. Okay. So what we do then is we rotate this. Because I don't want that one right now. That one's just gonna get in my way. Now with it rotated, now I have access to moving it that way. And now rather than pushing it back and forth, what I want to do is push this one down into there and then send this over, and now we'll be able to get the thing where it needs to go. That's why this wasn't making any sense, is because there was a step to this that I did not process. Which, you know, multiple days in between can make some bits of understanding fall apart. And even more so, I just wasn't paying attention to what I was fucking doing. But now what we do then is we just push this all the way up into there. Because what this does is now when we open this door, it's sitting right here. What we do with that is we send this back over and we do basically the same thing we just did to move the other one. Now, there is a chance we're doing it this way again just means it jams up. And that might be upsetting. But I'm hoping for leniency on that one, for lack of a better way of putting it. Except I just reflexively put it right back up there because I'm smart that way sometimes. Get back down there. Now, are you going to reject my movements here? No, you aren't. Excellent. So the point ends up being then just to get them there. They don't have to be there at separate layers. So that's great news. If they all needed to go in on their correct rails, this would have been a disaster. And I genuinely had expected them to need their own separate rails, and it was going to be such a pain. But, you know, good news, sometimes things actually work out in a reasonable fashion, instead of being upsetting. If only it was more than sometimes. But, you know, that's what you get sometimes. Game, please. I don't want to land on it. I want to hit it. I wish to do violence upon it. Especially now that it's upsetting me. Okay. Just one more to go. Vernal, if you could just listen to my directions, that'd be grand. There we go. Connection restored to central processing core. Warning, insufficient reserve power, disabling auxiliary systems. Oh great, now the lights are going back out, huh? Well, that's great. That's exactly what we wanted, right? We didn't want lights. Lights weren't important to us, right? Yeah. Checks out. This seems like a great idea. Let's just keep hitting this while it vibrates intensely. Yep, that seemed like the best idea I've ever had. Nothing could possibly be going wrong from having done this. Core damage detected. Initiating defense protocol. Beginning thermal purge. Vernal, that room's about to heat up. You need to get out of there. Good idea. Goodbye. Yep, this is about what I expected out of that exchange. It's like, oh, you needed to get out, huh? How about we spawn enemies so that you cannot leave? Now, the important question out of that is there actually a timer by which I'm going to be destroyed? Really hoping not, but, you know, we'll find out. Oh, I see. So basically, I'm going to be running to each of those rooms, fighting a set of enemies, and then going back and hitting it again, probably till I break it. Which I'm still not sure why I want to break that, but you know what? I can, therefore I will. Not knowing why I'm breaking something has never stopped me breaking something before. Oh, he's getting his poise back pretty quick. I don't like this guy. Then again, I never have, so why would I start now? I blocked that, but apparently not at the correct time. I desperately need to get health back from somebody, too. Can I get health from you? No, I can't. And you know, I did say I wanted music, and well, here we have music now. There we go. Pain, misery, whoa! the bright side, great target for getting my health back, because he's a nice big spongy boy. Gotta go! Okay, now I gotta actually watch out for the lightning, because it's actually in an inconvenient location. Thankfully, we don't seem to have a time limit in this bit here. If you thought I ran up into that ball intentionally, by the way, no. No, that one was just controls being controls. With an emphasis on the trolls part. I forgot that's how this guy worked. We haven't seen one of these in a while. Which I'm kind of glad these guys aren't overused. No. No more skull spell for you. On the bright side, we should be coming out of this with mostly full health. As long as I don't cook myself on the way out. I raced it a little too fast that time. And now the tempo is all kinds of off. There we go. I think I broke it. Core connection severed. Diverting power to auxiliary. Really doesn't seem like a good thing. I feel like we did a lot of very bad damage here. Worth it. Is we now have offensive stance. We take 10% more damage, but deal 15% more, and since we have defensive stance, they balance out and give us... Okay, so these turned yellow, which means the other ones that turned yellow were actually a positive then. Okay, good. We learned a thing. Let me just quickly do a thing over here before I forget. There we go. I'm setting up things for a lobby that's coming up next week, in case people are wondering what I'm fiddling with on the other screens. It's a whole thing, because I'm perpetually multitasking these days, don't mind me. Anyway. Details of all of that will come out once details actually exist. We're still missing a treasure on this island, but you know what? I feel like I got the important thing out of here, so nuts to this island, get me out of here. Where is out? There is out. Get me off this fucking rock. Okay. Now remember, at the end of last time, we got access to the last couple islands as well. And we just need to find 2 items to gain access to Asphodel's Sanctuary. So, it's not gonna be too bad. Hidden facility, that sounds likely to have one of the things we need. And Timid Islet. Okay. Let's go there first. That seems less important, but also probably contains things we want. Or it has a rift in it. Okay. Sure, why not? Let's see how bad this goes. Okay, this has no power, and I don't think I can walk up waterfalls still. I know we gained the ability to slide on water by sliding. Yeah, we can't run up water still, though. Can't drop down through those. I think this might be a dead end till we gain whatever capability we need to run up a waterfall. Oh, nope, hang on. We got something here. What something is yet, I don't know. But we'll find out. And ignore the fact that I just nearly sent myself into the abyss. It's fine. Everything is okay. I know exactly what I'm doing. Even if what I'm doing sometimes might lead to my death, I know exactly what I'm doing. That was almost a good recovery. Until I forgot how any of this works. You can tell I'm out of practice with these air jumps. Which, remember, they are slightly strange, so... That may sound like an excuse, but it's genuinely a little weird. Okay. Don't have a map. That middle area is just going to take us across back where the waterfalls are, but it looks like it's our only path to take, based on our sense of direction mini-map. And that's what I was afraid of, is that this whole section was going to be riddled with waterfalls. I thought it was only a bad thing if you were chasing waterfalls. Why am I being punished just for being near them? Huh. Well, this looks recoverable at least. You know what? Fuck your game mechanics. I'm going up the side of the building. You gave me this power. I timed that terribly. Same with that. How about you stay up there and think about what you've done? And just for a little while. I think he thought too hard about it. Ow. Why is it always the slow attacks that get me? I know the answer to this question, but god damn it anyway. Okay. Okay, that activates the elevator and lets us get back and forth easier. Good, good, good. We just can't go any higher. Short of, you know, doing what I do best. Which is to say, attempt to break things and then remember that I can't. Or can I? Hang on. Yeah, I can dash after doing that. It's just gonna be finicky, because it's a really small space. Theoretically, this is doable, which is why I'm trying it. It's just really a big pain in the ass to do. Yeah, I'm gonna stop doing that. It'd be really funny if I succeeded, but it is proving to be too much of a pain right now to do. Because the idea is, since... Hey there, ABC. Since dashing onto the wall gives me my dash back, what I could have done was use the dash jump to get back up. And then I could have gone up the entire elevator shaft that way. But in the end, not really worth it to do that way. It's gonna be one of those days, huh? It really is going to be one of those days where my timing is just that slight hair off that makes me botch these things like 6 times in a row. Okay, nothing there. And here's the elevator shaft I was going to climb up, so... I'm gonna get rid of that charge there, because this is gonna be a thing. Not as bad a thing as I thought. I expected those blocks to be segmented so that you would end up having to jump back and forth and do a lot of stuff like that. Whee! This seems safe. And if you believe that, there may or may not be a bridge involved to be sold. I have concerns about what I'm doing here. I really do not like relying on these ledge grabs. Is they don't auto let go in case people were thinking that was what was happening? No, what's happening is I just ever so slightly touch the D-pad just enough that it thinks there was an input. And then you fall off. That's what's been happening there. Welcome back. There we go. Hello. We'll just quickly bypass the game mechanic over there again, because why not? Because I can, therefore I will. Up we go. Yes, it did. I heard it. It just may have been drowned out either by me or something in the game at the time, but I did hear it. Because that one's meant more for me to notice than for it to carry through for everybody. For times when I'm distracted and people can make sure that I know that they're there. Okay. But last I checked, which was not the last VOD, but the VOD before that, sound alerts were still working, so I heard them in the VOD. So that's my primary way of guaranteeing that those things are still working, is I check the VODs to make sure I hear them in there. Takes out as many variables as possible. Which, you know, as much as I cringe at my own content, I do need to listen to it now and then just to make sure things are working. Okay, now we have a way straight back up to this point as well. Which would only really matter if we had a reason to leave here, because we have the save point as well, so we're pretty much fine. Does this waterfall ever stop over here on the right? I'm really thinking it doesn't, and that upsets me. Because that means I gotta do this nonsense that I don't like over here. It's kind of problematic. Like, the hardest part about this is getting her to jump the direction I want her to jump, which may not sound like a problem, but for some reason the directional input off of the dash jump specifically can be real weird, and I don't know why. I still have yet to figure that mystery out. especially since I have to do it with real precise timing in here. Where the hell... Am I not supposed to be here right now? Am I supposed to have an ability that lets me run on waterfalls before coming here? Because I feel like this doesn't make sense. Fuck's sake. It also doesn't help that running on a wall after one of those dash jumps is actually kind of finicky. Because I don't think you're technically supposed to be able to do this. Like, this isn't even a dangerous thing. This is just kind of annoying. It's like, oh hey, I hope you enjoy going nowhere, because that's what's gonna happen with this room right now. Because I can't jump high enough to reach these natively, so I have to use the dash jump. Which inherently means I need to cross X amount of distance before I can jump higher. And these waterfalls just make it annoying. Like, they're not a threat or anything, they're just, hey, I hope you want to go back to the beginning again and again, because that's what you're gonna be doing. And those that don't know, all of those things that Vernal stands on, like those lanterns, are all very temporary. You can only stand on them for like a second. So you have to move again like immediately. And it just does not work particularly well when there's waterfalls on both sides of me pretty constantly. So I don't think I'm supposed to be doing this right now. I feel like I'm missing something about this. So we're gonna leave here and come back once I find another ability or I run out of other options. Because this place is just going to be a pain in the ass right now, and it just isn't worth it. Could I do that? Probably. Do I want to or should I? Both answers are no. Oh, I don't think. So that will be listed as a future problem. We will go ahead and mark that with yellow so I remember. Because all my other markers are still there, yeah? Right. Okay. So I marked the place with the bells with red so I'd remember that there's a puzzle there that was causing me issues. I'm gonna have yellow be, I think I need a different ability. And purple's all the ones that are finished. So the only other place we haven't been to at all is here, the hidden facility, which I was gonna save for later. So in hindsight, this is only threat level 3 and the other one was 4. I should have went here before the other one. Curious. This lab seems to be abandoned, but there's still signals coming from inside that are disrupting the telecom. Seems you'll be alone on this one. This seems to be happening a lot. Nice, with the 3-watch streak ABC. When are we gonna get that thing fixed? Unfortunately, these are only manufactured by Asphodel's researchers, and I doubt them lending us a repair anytime soon. Whatever, I'd rather not have you distracting me anyway. Be careful, Vernal. You very rarely have been any help anyway, so I'm not really too worried about you not being able to communicate. Why would I go in the front door? Answer, because I can't go in any other way right now. Okay, blocked. Oh, hi there. She's really done a number on this place this time, hasn't she? This is going to be a long report. One of the shells? Why are they talking to themselves like that? What a weirdo. Maybe if I follow them, I can get some useful info. They seem distracted enough, we could probably just stand behind them the entire time and I don't think they'll notice. This bit again. Okay. Oh, thank God, this place has a map. Okay, good. I can actually keep track of where I've been in here. I have no idea what this does. When has that stopped us before? And it clearly does something that way. And it's got an up arrow on it, so probably like activates a lever, elevator, or opens a door, or something along those lines. Or it might actually raise a bridge there, looking at the layout of that spot. Either way, most of those would have been a positive. In fact, really all of them would be, so... You know, Vernal can't read, so that kind of causes us problems as far as using things like that goes. And before anybody thinks I'm making a joke, no, legitimately Vernal can't read. That is actually a stated thing, that she cannot in fact read a damn fucking thing. This is what happens when you're born in the woods. Or at least raised in the woods. Oh, there's a ledge there, right. All right. Oh, so the red isn't the fact that it's not allowing me to do something with that. The red is part of the coding for the area. Okay. Because we'd only seen red and blue so far, so I was like, okay, blue must be... I have access to it, but Vernal doesn't understand to use it yet. But no, red up arrow is its own thing then, and purple, part of a division symbol, is another thing. Okay, that's all area coding then. It's probably like indicating different types of research branches and such. Lord knows if we're ever gonna know what any of those symbols actually mean. But that is the best presumption I have for what any of that means so far. They really like their low music areas in this last bit, huh? Okay, so there's the purple switch, which will then affect the purple door that the arrow is pointing at. Okay. And we know where the blue switch is, but Vernal doesn't understand to use it yet. So more than likely, even if we got into where that purple switch was, we wouldn't be able to use that either. Yes, unfortunately, Vernal is not the sharpest tool in the shed, nor the brightest bulb. Her bulb might also be slightly broken. Okay, now there's green. Do you understand this one? I have no idea what this does. Great, thanks, Vernal. So glad you're intelligent. Key blank. Aha! Maybe now this will start to make sense. Put key blank in thing? Still no idea. Okay. I thought maybe it would like scan the blank and make a key card out of it. You reached further than I thought you would. Why must you upset me? The thing is, we know where like every door is almost at this point. We just don't know where the keys to the doors are. Well, actually, we know where the key to a few doors are too. We just can't use them. Such a waste of time to catalog all this damage. It's not like we even use this lab anymore. If we did, Asphodel wouldn't let her tear up the place every week. Now, who's ripping this place up? It's certainly not us, though it will be. Does this do something useful? They also walked into a dead end. Ooh. New ability. Ow. You got the reading major memory. You can read now. Of course. Of course this is how you learn to read. You know what makes that worse? You know what makes that a lot worse? There's a whole bunch of signs and such we got prompts that we couldn't read. Now I'm tempted to go back to all of them just to see what they had to say. So that's gotta be a weird feeling. And I know it was addressed in a dialogue last time, how weird it feels to have these memories just suddenly appear in your brain. But like, for reading in particular, because it's something most of us take so for granted, that must be a really weird situation. Because it's like arguably such a basic skill, but it really isn't like an inherent thing, since if you think about it, how are you going to understand how to read if nobody tells you what all of the letters and shit mean? Or you sit there and context clues them out. Because really they're all meaningless symbols unless meaning is assigned to them. Keycard ID 4 written. Oh, that's an enemy. Okay. I thought that was like the identity attached to the keycard or something. But presumably I can open the blue door now. Oh, I can't seem to hurt that. Oh, I hate this. I hate this. That's an invincible enemy that just charges at me randomly. Don't like that. Don't like it. Not spooky, just upsetting. Learned memory money. What? Oh. Okay. Learned how to shake them down more efficiently. Sure, why not? I'm glad I went back for that door, though, considering it had a bunch of money in it and the ability to make quite literally endlessly increasing amounts of money. Still want to get to that. Hey, there's Snork. How you doing? There is money, yes. I have gained the ability to make more money. Maybe because I found a memory that made me understand money better, I guess. I also gained the ability to read, which is a wild concept, really, all things considered. Streamers reading? What is this world? It must be a hidden wall that gets me to that item. Because there's no visible access to this room. We already checked this whole ceiling, so we know it's not there. Yep, there it is. I was about to say, the logical answer is this really cramped spot right here, because it didn't make sense that it was so cramped there. And now we have a mana extension. Thanks for the resub, Snork. Yeah, I remember that it went up in price, which is unfortunate. Which, you know, Twitch will do what Twitch does. There's really no controlling that, unfortunately. We might die here just because my health is draining. Yep, there it is. That is true. That in the end is always entirely up to you to do or not do. Oh, did it undo me getting the memory? Little late on the running away. Yeah, I think since we didn't touch the save point, it actually did undo us getting reading and everything, so we gotta go do that again. It's been so long since I've died in that inconvenient a spot that I completely forgot that that's how that worked. Well, little bit of backtracking, which isn't really that bad. We didn't get that far before that death because we lost a lot of health to the invincible ghost enemy that showed up after we got the first key card. It's short of hitting those little guys like the one that finished us off because I wasn't paying attention. Fair, yeah. Well, here's the thing. It's a good and a bad for the small streamers. Because if people were on the fence about keeping their sub going, if the small streamer doesn't give them more reason to keep subbing, that extra dollar increase might actually convince them to stop subbing altogether, which then loses them that money. But it's a variable thing, and so far I'm fine. It's one of those things where I see potential on both sides of it, and I don't know entirely how good or bad it's going to be till it plays out for a bit longer. Like, so far it's been working out in my favor, for example, because there's been a decent amount of subscriptions coming in regardless of the price change. So really, it's arguably all positive for me so far. But I could see where that could end up being a breaking point for a handful of people. Oh yeah, absolutely. The numbers and the averages will look that way. What I'm speaking of is just an edge case, but it is an edge case that exists. Well, if I hadn't died, I wouldn't have found that spell, so you know what? Dying was worth it. There we go, keycard ID 1. And there's the ghost bastard. So, to a certain degree, I have to wonder if currency rates might actually make some of the amounts change. Well, yeah, no one's happy when a price goes up. That's just a universal constant. Things have then changed. And people don't like change to begin with, no matter how much people may swear up and down that they want change or that change is a good thing. There are many changes in this world that make people freak out, whether they're positive or not. That their whole status quo that they've been so used to for X amount of time has now changed. I have played some of the Oddworld games. It depends on which one you mean, considering there is a decently lengthy series of Oddworld games. There's, what, like 4 of them, I think? The fact that he can hit me while that log box is up is upsetting. And it's possible that I can hurt this thing, just when I tried to hit it before it didn't work. So I just stopped trying. They did, one of them got a remake, I believe, as well, but yes. Those were PS1 games. And then there was Stranger's Wrath that existed on 360, I think it was. And one other one, I think. Which I played a bit of Stranger's Wrath. That one was decent enough. A little jank in places, but that's Oddworld in general. A little jank. It's a fascinating series, but I never finished any of it. which, you know, is in keeping with everything I do ever. Or at least everything I did. But if you're in it for a strange but interesting experience, that series is definitely a good choice. They're on my to-do eventually list. They're just not high priority for me because I don't personally have any strong memories attached to them. And I've been prioritizing things that I either wanted to finish or I was particularly curious about. And even though Oddworld isn't like a hugely known thing, it's known enough. That's sometimes a thing you're better off not knowing the answer to. That's probably not an answer that'll make anybody happy to learn. I need to get to the red panel. Problem is I don't know where the red panel is. We only found the green and the blue panel before we died. So the good news is we're caught up to where we died, plus a little bit. Speaking of, focused assault. What is focused assault? Spawns a turret that relentlessly bombards pulse target. It's probably useful. I mean, it depends on how well you did. Some people I've seen play that definitely would have drank a small town. That's just how that goes. But small village sounds about right. Also fair. It really depends on when you played the game, too. Yeah, that's actually a very good point. Lord knows I thought some games were horrifically difficult when I was young, and then I go back later, and it's like, oh, wow, this was actually really easy. One of the standouts, though, in I have still not had that turnaround happen is... what was the name of that game? Or Die Trying, that was the game. ODT, or Die Trying. And I think that's just because that game's awful. I don't think that's actually a hard game, I think that game's just bad. And that's why that seems difficult. But bringing up Oddworld kind of reminds me of that. And I can't say that's for any particularly good reason. Nor should you, honestly. That game's not good. It was on the original PlayStation and I think PC? It was at least on the N64 as well, I think. And it had all the potential to be really cool, but it isn't. Because it just controls like heinous ass. And that's saying something coming out of me and all of the garbage I've played. Like, if I say something controls horribly, you know it's true. Because I can put up with a lot. Where is... I'm missing something. I'm missing a path somewhere. But it's not marked on the map. Because the only place I can go I can't get to right now because there's a door I can't open in the way. So there's something I didn't find. Yeah, ODT was your typical third-person action-adventure game with, I seem to recall it was tank controls for your movement. And it had some really neat ideas, like, I think it was 4 main characters whose plot paths were all slightly different and they all played pretty differently. All trying to fix an airship to get the hell out of where they were. Well, that's the fucked up thing, is extermination and controls well up until it gets to the point where Dennis actually has to do the thing you're controlling him to do. Because for a survival horror game, extermination's controls aren't completely terrible. Just unfortunately, they had the mistake that many games make where too many things do the same thing. Wait. Oh, I see what they did to me. They fucked with me on this one. It was the symbol, not the color for this one. Because this door looked purple, but it had the circle on it. I needed to just trust it and run into the door. Either that wasn't green at all, or the lighting made it not look green.
Well, he's dead. Real shame. He will be missed.
I mean, I was dead. I'm not dead anymore. If anything, I'm more alive than I was before, because we're actually getting somewhere. Nope. Not by a long shot there, or ABC, but good try. Though with everyone having independent stream delay to a point, because the internet can be fucky that way, it can be really hard to get the timing on those kind of things to happen. I do have Discord, yes, but I do not have a public Discord. Let's see. Ah, there's the red end thing. Nope, no public server, because I am not the kind of social butterfly to keep dealing with people constantly. And to have a public server, you kind of have to be able to do that, and I don't need that kind of strain in my life. And I don't have anybody that would manage it for me that I would be willing to give that much power to. So, that's why we're at where we're at. I have one for the people I work with, and that is the extent of my server management. And honestly, that one only exists because of necessity. And I did try the making my own public Discord once upon a time. And that's how I learned I just am not cut out for dealing with that on that kind of scale. So, that's why we don't do that anymore. I already don't have much time and energy, so splitting even further to that would just not be worth it to me. Interesting how that did not send me back to a platform that time. Aha! How did they... I guess they have key cards for all the doors. This is the worst it's been in a long time. Wonder what made her so angry. 5 good Dreamcast games. Well, that's an iffy one, because to a certain degree it depends on what you consider good. His Blue Stinger was actually not bad. It was one of those good for its time type deals, but not, like, incredible. Illbleed, if you like a really cheesy horror game, is actually pretty good. Dreamcast had Power Stone as well, and both the Power Stone games were good. So that's 4. No, that's Saturn. I get Saturn and Dreamcast mixed up sometimes, too. I was about to say something, but no, that's a Saturn game. Oh yeah, no. Blue Stinger's a meme and a half. Especially since I'm pretty sure even if people don't know what Blue Stinger is, they probably know what the intro cutscene looks like. Just because of how that kind of got out of its vein for a good while. One more good Dreamcast game. There's actually a decent few, I'm just not thinking of the other ones. The original Sonic Adventure was a Dreamcast game too, and that wasn't bad. Not super my thing, but it wasn't bad. And there's others. They're just not coming to mind right now. Those are just the ones I encountered more recently. I wonder what made her so angry. Alright, I'm bored. I followed you long enough. Huh? Following me? Who are you? How did you get here? I just want your thing. My what? Oh my. You know, the thing. The one that points to Asphodel. My hand? You know, when you describe it that way, I see where this confusion comes from. Are you trying to make fun of me? No, Vernal, you're just stupid. This is one of those times where, no, we just have to acknowledge that you don't know what you're talking about, and this is why this is a problem. No, you must mean this, right? Yeah, that thing. Here, just don't hurt me. Well, that was easier than expected. Security system, intruder. Yep, there it is. There's the problem. Oh, we're doing this now, huh? This is a thing we're doing? Okay. See, now that's how I know you're not a real copy, because I can't fly. That's just cheating. I don't know why it's taunting so much, though. I suppose it's a fairly accurate copy if it's taunting that much. This is a neat idea, though, having a clone of me chasing me around while I'm trying to fight the actual fight over here. Because, you know, the clone fight thing's been done a decent amount, but usually you have to fight the clone, not whatever made the clone. But yeah, the hesitation on talking about Sonic Adventure is... Personally, I didn't care for it that much. But I also am not that much for 3D Sonic, or Sonic particularly in general, really. So, that's where that variable comes in. There we go. That fight was pretty easy. Huh. Well, that teleported me out. Oh, you found one. Yeah, one of the shells was in there. I see. You didn't hurt them too badly, did you? No, they got away. Thank heavens. I'm sorry, but they were my friends after all. Even if I don't remember them, I can recall that I cared very much for them. I'll try not to beat them up too much then. Thank you, Vernal. I mean, we probably can avoid beating up any of the shells, like, at all. If they're all just scientists, they're probably not gonna fight back much. They really sound like non-combatants in this whole situation. We really only want Asphodel. Okay, so we know how to read now, and we only need one more thing to get into where Asphodel is. Trying to remember where I saw things to read, considering it's been a few days. I think it might be in our best interest, though, to go back to towns for a moment, because we have a lot of money to spend. What we'll do is we'll clean up the shops a bit, and then we will go hunting around. if I were to hazard a guess, I'd say I'm missing 2 major abilities. Okay, no, I did buy you out already. Because there's a door to our immediate left once we land up here that I can't get through. So presumably there's some kind of horizontal wall breaking move we don't have. And those waterfalls that I keep being defied by, I feel like I'm supposed to be able to climb those. So that implies that there's another movement ability out there somewhere. You don't have a shop. I think that was the only other thing to buy in this town. And I don't think... No, there's not really any major items to use. I mean, yeah, you could do that. And here's the thing. There's plenty of technology scattered around this world, but remember, the whole flying island thing was a cataclysmic event in this world. Yeah, this is the barrier I'm saying I'm figuring there's a way to break at some point. Though, hang on. Hang on. Does this actually take me anywhere? I mean, it takes me to this. I don't think this is actually amounting... Oh, no. It amounted to a memory point, which is nice. Yeah, I see where your logic with energy is going. The simple thing you need to remember with that... And yes, this is a Steam game. It's... when it was on sale, it was like $8. I think it's typically like 15 or 20, somewhere in there. At least as far as US dollars goes. But yeah, there's a simple scale thing between flying buildings and railguns and Tesla towers there, Snork, is the big thing to remember on that one. Is powering something like a railgun, say you're talking like man-portable size railgun or even artillery size railgun, would potentially still take less energy than lifting an entire building, depending on the size of the building, and maintaining that. A railgun would only need the energy for a discharge rather than a maintained form of energy to keep it going. Similar with the Tesla tower, really, because it would just be discharging electricity. We know we can't traverse the fog. Now that we know how to read, do you have anything different to say? Nope. You are still just as useless as the moment we found you. Is there any, like, engravings on any of these bells or anything? Nope, doesn't seem like it. There was no signs in here or anything, so it's not like I can read anything in here. So it's more than likely a hint of some kind somewhere else, if there's going to be a hint about this place. So we'll come back to that idea later. I was just stopping off here since it was near the town. Okay, not a shortcut to where I wanted to go by jumping off there. I figured there'd be something hidden up here. How about up here, up here? Oh! There's an ability up there. Hello, ability. What are you? I'm glad I came back here. You got the angled dash major memory. Dash while holding up or down to change your trajectory. Oh, that's going to be really helpful, actually. That'll make doing those dash jumps actually a bit easier, so I can give myself a little bit of a leg up in the verticality department. And that's another memory point. This is why we come back to town periodically, because there's always something new that we can get our hands on because of all of these abilities we've been gaining. Oh, I see. So we go up here. No? None of that's walkable? Huh. And we've been there already. Hmm. Then how do I get up there? Because none of that's walkable territory. Unless they don't expect me to... No, because it puts me back on ground level when you transition screens. Yeah, so I can't jump from screen to screen and do that. Well, we'll have to deal with that later, probably. This does remind me that there's a health extension I can probably get my hands on through similar logic. Over on this side of town. No. It's higher up than this, I think. It's where the pirate was, and I don't remember where he was anymore. He's over on this side of town somewhere. That's a cliff. Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if that somehow ends up being a mechanic at some point. With the way the plot of this game is gone now and then, I would not be shocked if... Yes, it's on Steam, ABC. Yeah, there's the thing we broke. I wish this town had a map, but none of the towns have a map for some fucking reason. And we can grab these as well, but I don't think they're gonna really help me that much because it's just more money. I don't think those two have anything to offer me at the moment. Yeah, here's the pirate, and there's the thing he's got. I just need to run up the wall next to him. Which involves going back around this way. There we go. Now that we have that, now I have no reason to go over there at the moment. He did mention he had a treasure hidden somewhere, but he didn't really give good information as to where it was, so I'm not too worried about that situation at the moment. I'm sure I'll find it if I'm gonna find it. This is our only other port of call here in town at the moment, and that is buying this guy out on his memory points. Do I want any of these? I could get my super move off more often if I grab this, but I don't know how much energy it takes. I don't really want burst because I don't think I'm ever going to use it. Actually, no, I might actually use that. And we already have critical comeback. And decisive strike might be fun, but I don't think it's going to be that useful. So sure, I'll grab burst. Because here's the thing, I don't use my magic very often, and I'm not using it the way I thought I would be using it. So what I'm going to try is, instead of cutter, because cutter keeps missing all the times I'm using it kind of poorly, we'll try burst. I don't like the fact that it's not a straight horizontal attack. I was hoping it would be in front of... Why is it firing at different directions? Weird. That tells me there's potential with burst to do it in such a way to like spike enemies into the ground and things like that. But the problem with it is I can't seem to figure out how to control what direction it fires yet, so that's kind of problematic. Yeah, we already crossed all of that, I think, didn't we? Well, just in case, let's pop back up here. Yeah, because this is where we gain the ability to angle my dashing. Yes, okay, we're good. We did more than I had intended to do in town, so we're good. Good to get out of here. And there's still things in town we didn't get. Like, there's 4 more treasures in that town somewhere, which is honestly just absurd. Of course, you know, that town's also huge, so Lord knows where those other items are. I feel like our missing plot item is probably over here behind the bells, but I can't seem to figure out what I'm supposed to do there. It could be in Wild Green, but I don't think it is. I don't think it's here in the Fungal Ruins, but something useful might be there. Barren Cave is what led us to gaining access to these other parts that way. Which one was this one over here? This was flying debris, right? Yeah, this is the debris field. Which I couldn't find the missing item there, but I'm pretty confident the missing item isn't important. In here, I'll do something to make the is or isn't it on Steam question easier. And because I do actually recommend this game. There you go. There's the store page. Easy. I've been having a good time with it, so I'm more than happy to link games that have actually been good. Oh yeah, I didn't end up re-equipping the money thing after I died. So we'll grab that. I mean, I could get duplicates of residual energy or critical reversal. More critical reversal is a good thing. Okay. Like, for all that I have a lot of these abilities, 90% of them really just never actually end up mattering. We'll go ahead and get double residual energy as well, and just hope that that does something good. And I definitely think we're close to the end of the game, which we already know that because of things I've checked. But just the sheer amount of memory items we have, the amount of spells we have. The items are the only thing that makes it feel like I'm not as close to the end as I think I am. But we've also lost a bunch of items because they get used and then they disappeared. Or I think. So you would think things like the plant killer and the blank keycard would also have removed themselves. But like the medicine and such got used up, and a couple other items. Also, can I just say, I am grateful that they have this message history. I have not needed it, but for those that end up missing out on playing a game for long periods of time and things like that, a message history is very helpful for figuring out what the fuck you're supposed to be doing. And more games should have that. Fungal mines were missing half the treasures in, but I don't know how relevant the treasures in there really would be. One of them might lead to a health extension, though. Debris field, like we discussed, is missing one. The biggest problem I'm running into is I'm not sure where I'm supposed to be right now. Because Mossy Island, we're missing one thing in, but we did the main thing in there. We've got everything from the hidden facility, so that one's done. There was one more rift in the Barren Cave we couldn't get to, but I don't think we can get to it still. And I'm also not sure where it would put me at this point, because we've been to everywhere that's visible. Unless there's a place that's not marked on the map that that island would drop me off on, which is possible. I would say I'm suspicious of the Arboretum, but we were put back there after going through one of the portals here, which dropped us off at the... words. A portal here dropped us off at the Arboretum, which then got us the broccoli to get the medicine that got us the fight against Sen that ended up aggravating me, but we still got through that and got rewarded for that and cleared that quest line. So I feel like that's kind of played out as far as plot items go. But we're still missing 3 treasures there, too. Like, the only places we've not even scratched the surface on is the Foggy Ruins, which we can't figure out the puzzle with the bells to get in there. And over here at the Timid Isle, where the waterfalls and the jumps were a problem. Now that we have angled dash, maybe I could do something there? Because I can angle myself ever so slightly higher? Yeah, we've talked about Arcanum before. Or do you... Actually, which one do you mean? Do you mean Arcanum of Steamworks and all of that? Or do you mean Arcanium, the kind of bad gothic follow-up? Wasn't it a similar name? Or am I remembering the name for the bad gothic follow-up wrong? Because I'm blocking that out. Okay. Because I know we've talked about both of those. At face value, your description there, ABC, sounds like Fall Guys, but I feel like that's not quite going to be the same answer. There might be a different one to that. But I will choose Fall Guys as my first guess for that, because that would make sense. I'm gonna go back in here with our increased dashing. It is a battle royale because you are competing against a large number of players where either your character or your team are the final victor out of it. It does actually fulfill the qualities of a battle royale. But as far as a different battle royale where you're competing in physics-based challenges, I haven't the slightest idea. Because that is another scene that I do not keep up with. That's called like half of what I've shown on stream, Snore. I don't really know what else to tell you on that one. A lot of what I've played looks ugly by today's standards. damn it. God damn it. No. This is so squirrely. I hate it. I hate everything about this. It's so finicky. Like, neither using the D-pad nor the stick feels good for this segment. Both of them feel bad because you just lose control the second you make even the slightest contact with water. But yeah, to think of a game that I've played that I enjoyed that was ugly by today's standards that people haven't seen? Oh boy. I still have quite a long list on that score too, but something like Stonekeep would actually be a pretty good statement there. Stonekeep's an interesting one. Either Stonekeep or Skullkeep, really. Either of those would be a valid answer for that statement. One being much more accessible than the other. Yeah, pretty old PC game. There we go, we finally made it past that bit. But what's the confusion there? If you know what that is, then I don't know why you're confused. That... ABC, you're still describing Fall Guys, unless you mean the weird clone game like Stumble Chums, or whatever the hell that one was called. That still sounds like Fall Guys otherwise. That doesn't help me in the slightest because I did not keep track of the lifespan of the concept of battle passes, aside from wishing that they weren't a concept that were created in the first place. There are many things I know the history of. Monetization mechanics are not one of them. As I, like many other people, try my best just not to think about the concept of how much games try to monetize things these days. Okay, I'm falling. What is this supposed to do for me? That also doesn't help me. Speaking of things that don't help me, falling out of the sky there really does not seem like it has accomplished anything for us. Huh. So there's 2 more treasures there, and all I did was fall out of the sky. I mean, it did get us a health extension, so that was worth it. But I am now very confused. Okay, so you're talking about Fortnite, and the fact that you mentioned the physics-based challenges is where I got very thrown off of what you're talking about. Is in no particular way do I associate Fortnite with physics in any respect at all. That I have zero association between those two concepts. That would be fights in tight spaces there, Callista. Well, there's a difference between it being a challenge and being near impossible. Well, yeah, because I know that game. That game I know. Fortnite I try not to think about. That's kind of the thing, is ABC's been hitting on things that I try to avoid considering as a concept because I hate them for the most part. That's why these become extra difficult. Because they get filed under just put this in a box, throw it off a cliff. If concepts for me. It's been things like Roblox and Fortnite and things that I just don't associate with at all. And I guess I could see the physics thing because of like the custom maps people make, but like I said, I never did any of those, nor do I watch that content, so it had zero context for me. But that's half the point of this, is so that I can see how people look at things and learn about games I may not know about. Which, you know, I knew about these, but I still reject knowing about these. Just need one more thing to get in here to do the end of the game. Where the hell is it? And since I got through the Timid Island to get to the top of it, well, either you're talking about what I'm playing right now, or you're trying to pull an extra layered bit to this. Because the thing is, it's probably you talking about what we're playing right now, but I could also see that explanation being a couple other things. Well, I've already given my guess, so you've either got to say yes or no at that point. Yeah, exactly. There is the one other portal here. Oh, don't worry. I'm well aware of how bad the dialogue can be in there. Yeah, no, I still can't get up there, I don't think, because even with the extra bit of distance we get... Oh, wait, hang on. That might be reachable. No, because it's gonna count me as hitting the spike on that corner, so that's not doable yet, I don't think. Which, on a side note to fights in tight spaces, isn't there either like a sequel or a follow-up game coming soon? Soon being relative on that score? I feel like that studio is making another in tight spaces game. Wasn't it like Nights in Tight Spaces, or is that something aping the idea, but I don't remember. Could be either one. Yep, enjoy your food, ABC. Yeah. If I can't get up into that portal, I don't think there's a reason for me to be here at the second. Well, yeah, the mind tries to protect itself by filtering out things. And nostalgia can be a very powerful thing for looking past flaws. Looks back at things like Mario 64. And the amount of people that tried to defend that game. Yeah, we have covered all of the visible ground here, so the fact that we're missing 3 treasures brings up a question mark in and of itself. I just don't know. I just don't know what to do right now. Like, this is one of the few times where I feel like I have absolutely no leads to go on right now. That would be a great idea if I knew who to hit with a stick. But unfortunately, I'm running out of people to hit with its sticks. You got a few options with that one there, Callista. I don't know what you're talking about with the end of that. Mostly because a lot of the MMOs of that type, I don't think I paid that much attention to the story for. Especially if it's one of the most recent ones. Which I wouldn't be super aware of, but there was a decent amount of options for that one. Which one would it be, though? Well, here's a very big yes or no I can ask. Does it have a gacha mechanic attached to it? Let's start from that. But if you've got a more finely crafted hint than that, go for it. It doesn't. Okay, that narrows the field a lot. That actually narrows the field a lot. What is that game? Because I feel like I do actually know which one this is, and it is... This is relatively older, yeah? I'm presuming? Relatively older being at least a few years ago. Okay. What is that game? Because the problem is, up until that last part, which I can't do anything with, that describes a fair few that came out in that era of a few years ago. Because most of them are RPGs, and RPGs by their nature involve a hefty amount of grinding. And unless the people that made them went out of their way to avoid it. Like, that's just the nature of that genre. You can usually get around the grinding, but they are by design quite capable of ending up with a lot of grinding, is a better way to phrase that statement. I'm assuming you're talking old Digimon in the case of, like, Digimon World 1 and things like that. What is the name of that game? Here's another one that'll narrow the field a little bit, Callista. Is it a 3D MMO or is it a side-scrolling MMO? Because I can think of answers for both of those, but there's like 3 or 4 answers for each one. So that'll help narrow the field for that a little bit. It's 3D, okay. God, what is the name of that game? Because there's an MMO from, I think it was 4 years ago, that matches most of what you're describing, but I cannot think of the name of it for the life of me. Because something like Terra would be older than that, and that's not as anime as what this is being described as, so I don't think it's that one. Because Terra's way older than that. This is definitely going to be one of those, I know this, but the name is not going to hit me, and I'm going to be upset with myself. Because you've actually got a good one here. From more than 5 years ago. Okay, that changes what I'm thinking about drastically then, actually. Because that then does make Terra an option, but I don't think that's the right answer regardless. An in-depth melee fighting system and a variety of characters you can play as. The variety of characters is what gets my attention. Is it still running? Because that'll be another one that'll... Okay, that'll trim the field a lot. Jade Empire's not technically an MMO. That's a single-player game. Good thought, though. That's a good thought. But that isn't an MMO. You know what, actually, because it's Callista, is it Warframe? That just hit me. Like, wait a minute, this might... Yep, there it is. I had to think about that for a second. Like, wait a minute. No, actually, this makes sense. Hang on. I should have thought of that sooner. Yeah, exactly. That's what made the last S-notch click for that one. But this is why I say that the motherhood thing doesn't actually make sense in my brain, because I've been out of that game for a while, so it may also be that some of those story elements came out after I stopped playing it. But I really can't think of anything that really ties that to that. But again, it may also be an interpretation that just didn't hit me too. Is my exposure to the plot of Warframe was mostly surface level, played it, and then... See, I wouldn't know that because I haven't kept up with the game at all. I enjoyed the game, but I don't think I've paid significant attention to anything involving it for the past 2 years? Might be 3 at this point? It's a good game, I just got tired of it. Which is just how that kind of thing goes. And yeah, that is a thing there, Snork, is sometimes the answer's right in front of me. But you gotta remember, the problem of having too much information makes it very hard to parse down to what the correct answer is. It's kind of an either-or with that. If you want to unlock a lot of things, then yes, it's very farm-heavy. If you just want to play the game, it's not necessarily that farm-heavy. Unless it got worse in that regard in the past couple of years. But yeah, the melee combat system's actually, I think, the main part of that really got my brain churning on a lot of different options, because there's actually a decent amount of 3D MMOs with decent fighting. Yeah, I did notice that y'all were playing that, and I'm glad you've been having a good time. As much as I may not actively be keeping up, I am paying attention to what everybody's doing. That could be a couple different patches, because I feel like they did that and undid that a couple times. I don't know where I'm going anymore. And this is the biggest problem. Because, you know, MMO balance will always be a seesaw. It's great now, it's bad now, it's great now, it's bad now. It's mid now. It worked. I'm just gonna go talk to everybody in town and hope that somebody says something that leads me in the right direction at this point. I feel like I'm running out of unreality storms to jump into. Well, yeah, because isn't he literally the starting character? Or did they make it more varied at the beginning now? So I could have swore everybody started with Excalibur, and then you get a choice of, like, I think it was Mag, Volt, or somebody else really early on. Usually is the earliest choices you get. But again, it's been like 6 years since I started that game. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought I remembered, but again, it's been like 6 years since I had originally started in Warframe, so I was like, maybe this changed, I don't know. Oh, I can imagine. Because it was already a very different game when I had stopped playing 2 years ago. And I have heard that it has changed a lot since then. It's just very hard to convince myself to go back just because of the sheer amount of work I put into that original setup, and I don't even know if it exists anymore, so I probably would have to start over, which would be kind of a nightmare. Do you have anything useful to say? Nope, he is useless. If it tells you anything, I first played Warframe when Warframe literally had just become available publicly. Like, I was on the very bleeding edge of that when I first played it. And then, I think a year or so after that, I made a new account because something had gone wrong, and I don't remember what it was. And then I had played consistently up until a good, like, 2 years or so again. And that's been about my exposure to that game. More or less similar line to a lot of them. I don't even know how many hours I had in it, because I don't remember if it tracked it, and obviously my first exposure to the game wasn't on Steam, so those hours wouldn't be tracked, but obviously there are a decent amount of Steam hours also tracked. Good for you. I feel like talking to these people in this town is going to prove useless to me. But I'm running out of ideas. And sure, I could just look the answer up, but I don't really want to resort to that yet. We've not been playing that long today. It might. But that would involve loading the game up and installing it. And for answering that thought right now, I'm not that motivated. But I do think you're right that in-game there is a tracker. But, like, you know, just for curiosity's sake, I will at least look at it in my Steam library. Yeah, just in the Steam version alone, 300 hours. And I know I played, like I said, before the Steam version was available. But apparently it's been longer than I thought. So no, that can't be right. So I definitely played it more recently than 2019. But I may have also gone back to the separate launcher for a period or something. I'm not 100% sure on that one. 2019 doesn't sound right. Though Steam's tracking can always be strange. If I find time to fit Warframe back in, I will consider that. The problem is, I already have too many plates spinning. That's the problem. I would otherwise be willing to go back to it, But I've already been trying to find time to fit in the First Descendant because I've got people that want me to play that with them. I've been spinning plates with multiple more Lethal Company lobbies. I've now got an Archipelago group to do a thing with. Like, it's a whole fucking thing. and the consistent problem I find with MMOs, I wouldn't necessarily say exactly that, Snork, but that's on the right concept. To play with a group, you kind of, for the ideal situation, you kind of all need to stay within a certain range of each other so that it feels worthwhile and viable for everybody involved. Because sure, some people don't mind going back down and helping pull people back up, but that can lead to a weird dynamic between the person being helped up and the person that steps back to help them. And to a certain degree, that's a psychological thing, obviously. People can just get in their own head about that, but that is a thing. That's fair, yeah. But that's also another game-dependent one, because some games, I feel like it's kind of impossible to get rusty at some games because they're so simple. But that's also a variable person-to-person thing, too. Some people rust faster than others. There's at certain skill sets. Would any of these tell me something useful? I know none of the compasses get any information out of this guy because he's already told us on the rest of the compasses that he doesn't know anything. I don't think the key would help, and I don't think the key card would help, so no. We've already talked to him about the rest of those. Already bought out everything he has. Yeah, I don't think anybody in town actually would have useful information. Oh yeah, no. The thing is, though, that is definitely a game that's kind of like riding a bike. Especially with the amount of similar enough games I've played. Wow, apparently I just never grabbed this, so that explains where one of our missing treasures on this map is. I thought I went up here already, that's why I didn't look. Wouldn't be the first time I thought I already grabbed something. Other than time in and of itself, I think the main thing keeping me from going back to Warframe is just the simple fact that I know I'll end up back on that treadmill of, well, I went and got all the parts for this Warframe, now to wait, I don't know, half a day, multiple days for it to be done and being made before I can do anything with it. And that's not counting however many days it took to grind the parts for it. But, you know, that's probably gotten better in some ways, but I'm just kind of out of the mindset of doing that these days. There's nothing inherently wrong with it. Like, if you enjoy that, more power to you. I can't do it anymore. Sounds good, Snork. Rest well. Good night. Like, I almost feel like I have to go back to the Timid Islet. Like I missed something up at the top there, or I missed something on the way back down. And the thing I'm torn on right now is I don't know if this is a failure by the game to communicate something to me, or if it's a failure on my part to understand something that was communicated to me. Because I feel like I have a significant lack of direction at this point. And a lack of direction is not a bad thing, especially in this genre. But usually with that lack of direction comes at least some sign pointing you in a direction. Every direction we've been pointed in so far has led to a brick wall. And that's where the question mark comes in. is when the player starts reaching the point where they feel like they've tried everything that makes sense, is where it starts coming into question a little bit. Like, obviously, we have not actually tried everything, because if we had, one, we'd have found the answer, because trying literally everything would have led to an answer by now. And two, there's areas where we haven't gotten every treasure, so there's clearly areas we haven't covered everything of. What I'm trying to wrap my head around is what the current aim the game has for me is. And there's nothing narrowing that down for me. All we have to go on is it involves going into unreality somewhere. That's the only thing we've been given. Unreality being the rifts you've seen me go into that have the weird trippy background on when we're in them. Since not everybody would have been here for every session of this. And those unreality rifts exist here. We have seen one... We have seen a lot of them here, one of which we can't get to. I think there even was one here on the Mossy Isle, but that was how we got to that island in the first place. Now, what makes me question the game's logic about the unreality being our goal, though, is there was no unreality rifts here, and this is where we got the last compass we just got. So that defies the logic that they laid down for me to be following to find these compasses. But obviously, it gave me a very strong indicator that there was going to be a compass there, because we saw one of Asphodel's shells there, which are mechanical bodies that he has put his assistants in, for lack of a better way of putting it. That's what our companion is. Whose name escapes me at the moment, because it was a slightly strange name, and it's just not occurring to my brain right now. And it's also only been brought up like twice the entire game. Like, I just don't know what to do right now. I almost feel like just looking to see if there's a guide of what order to go to the islands in, since we've at least accessed every island. I wouldn't get any spoilers by finding out the island order, necessarily. Unless there's a hidden island, which, you know, that's a thing that could happen. But I also feel like that's a bit of a cop-out. I don't really want to cop out like that. Wow, first glance, I'm seeing a lot of people stuck even earlier than I am. I'm just not diving in there. We're gonna keep on keeping on. Now, one thing that sticks out to me is the fact that the Unreality Storm is still here. But what I'm betting is the case in this particular instance is the exit we can't get to is probably where the generator for the Unreality Storm there is. Now, whether that leads us somewhere, I have no idea. I don't really have a way of knowing the answer to that. My biggest current problem is the simple fact that it has to be one of the places we haven't finished. And I wish I could put two separate markers on these places so I could have marked where the compasses were in addition to... Because we got a compass from the air fortress, so I can check that one off. There can't be another compass there. Because it would be insanity for them to have two compasses in the same area. And we got a compass from the facility over there in the top left, so we can check that one off. That shouldn't have a compass. I think we got a compass at the first map down there, or the lab down at the bottom. We got one of the compasses, I think, from Saffron when we defeated him in the fungal ruins. And I forget where we got the fourth one already. Actually, wait, no. Air Fortress, Saffron, Hidden Lab, Starting Lab. Yeah, that would be 4 then. Never mind. So I think the first one was a two-parter. We had to go get... We had the first part from the starting lab, and then we went and got the other half from somewhere, but either way. Where the hell would this last one be? Like, I'm still down to these 2 islands that I'm looking at, the one with the yellow dot and the red dot on it, the Timid Island and the Foggy Island. I feel like one of those 2 has to have the answer. And I also feel like the fact that we were given the ability to read has to be more significant than just accessing those panels in the place we were at when we learned the ability to read. I feel like that has to be used for more than just that one area. But I don't remember where the sign I saw was. It was one of these really early areas. It wasn't Fallen Tower, and it wouldn't be the Tower of Battle. I think it was actually the Shady Cave that had the sign. The thing is, I don't think that sign's relevant, because it was just around a handful of treasure chests that we opened. So it's probably just a keep away from my things type sign. So I don't think it's helpful at all, but it at least gives me somewhere to go right now while I'm thinking still. We still don't have a map for this fucking place, which still makes me annoyed. I can't say I'm angry, because really, it's not worth getting angry about. But it's just like, please. Why is there no map? Why? Why you no map? Like, the argument could be made that you don't really need a map, because this place is small. I just like having a map. It helps lend a bit of surety to, yes, you have in fact been everywhere here. Rather than me sitting here doubting, like, okay, well, have I actually been everywhere? Or is there, like, a little nook somewhere that I keep missing that I never saw? Also, I think the sign with the 3 chests is not, in fact, in here. Because it was... I'm remembering it over on the right side of whichever area it was in, and I'm not finding it. So I think I've got the wrong place. But it's the right palette. Like, the look of this area is correct. I know, that's a hell of a thing to be trying to navigate off of. Like, oh yeah, the palette of the area I was in looked like this. But that's what my brain remembers. Which, you know, as someone who does art, I feel like that's to be expected, that that'd be what sticks in my brain. Is what an area looked like, not necessarily what it was necessarily. Oh wait, hang on. I might be onto something here. No. The only thing I'm on to is I might be on drugs. Which, technically, you can say caffeine is a drug, therefore it would be true regardless. But that's neither here nor there. Yeah, I feel like I'm just chasing a red herring trying to find that sign. And I'm 90% sure it's irrelevant. Like, the missing items in the Arboretum kind of bother me a little bit. I'm kind of suspicious of that. The one missing item in Pyrena is probably behind that door that they keep telling us we can't break. Actually, I have to do an idiot test here, actually. I just had a thought. Oh, they won't even let me hit it. Never mind. The idiot test was going to be, can I hit it with a charge attack? Because if you remember, there was that other door that I'm like, I must need something else to break that. And then it turned out a charge attack broke it. So, that's a thing. And it may seem like I'm upset right now, but I'm actually not. It may seem crazy, but I actually enjoy when I'm handed something like this that I have to sit here and puzzle out within reason. Like, it really comes down to a matter of how long does it take to puzzle it out and how much of a stretch does the answer end up being. Because there's still this place. And that's the thing, is I still have options left. But I'm kind of confused by my options. Because, like, to the best of my capability, we had tried working this puzzle out. And all of the logic that made sense didn't work. Because, like, you'd think it'd be a matter of, like, okay, you hit it based on, like, the number of dots on the bell or something combined with the number of rings. But that didn't work. Because we tried doing that between all of these, and it didn't work on them. I tried, like, counting the rings and then hitting the bells up here based on the total number of rings near each one of them. That also didn't work. Unless maybe it was a weird situation where I had to reset it, and that's why it didn't work. Because the fact that these bells are separated also makes me wonder about things. Because there's two of the single bells with two different numbers. Which then leads to a question of, like, well, is that an order that they're supposed to be hit in? Because there's a 1, 2, 3, and 4. So, and I don't think I tried that. So, 1, 2, 3, 4? Yep, that was it. I swear I tried that before. But there we go, at least we solved that mystery. And I didn't have to look anything up, so I'm happy about that. So what I'm figuring is one of two things happened. One, it didn't reset properly because I didn't leave the area when I was testing the multiple methods. So it may have been just locked or something because of that. Or I thought I tested that and never actually tested that. Either one could be true. The important part is we're through it. And this is why you recheck things. Especially when you're trying to solve puzzles when you're tired. Oh good, there's more bells. That's what I wanted to see. I will say this, I'm just glad it wasn't a sound puzzle. if it was a sound puzzle, I was gonna be very unhappy. Because I hate sound puzzles. Because I very rarely get the right answer in them unless they're very simple. Because I must be like tone deaf or something, because some of them just make no fucking sense to me with the sounds involved. Of course, you know, the alternative is they're designed by people that are tone deaf instead, which is possible. But either way, we're in here now, and that's what matters. We're in here making progress. Oh, that's a lot of bells. But look, this place has a map. It has a map. What I should probably be doing is taking pictures of each of these bells that we've seen, which we've only seen one so far, but this is the central point where they're going to be used. We know that much so far. So let's go back and quickly get a picture of that bell. Because this one has 4, so this should be the 4th input. But it's a different color than the ones in the center. That's the one question mark to this. Come on, phone. Don't be a pain in the butt. As much like how I did it in other games, I'm literally just taking pictures of these screens on my phone to make sure that I have a memo of what each part of the puzzle is. So I know better than to try to be like, oh yeah, my memory will keep that. No, it fucking won't. It'll keep part of it. Okay, we need to set off those bells to get past that fog wall there. Okay. Is there fog over here too? No. You can tell it gets foggier at... Oh, you followed me, huh? How goes the research or whatever? It's fascinating. There's evidence here to suggest that the ancient alga predated civilization in the valley below. There's nothing that suggests they migrated here from elsewhere on the continent. Wonder where and how they got here from. Fascinating. Oh, cool. I bet Sherville would get this more than me. That's the one. Sherville's the shell we have hanging out with us, who used to work for Asphodel. That's the name. It's very foggy in here. The way enemies can block each other visually is problematic. Oh, you clever bastards. You might think there's no rings in this room, but if you look at the edges, there are 3 large rings in here, hidden kind of in the background a little bit. So this one's probably 3rd, unless there's one on this screen I don't see. Which one's kind of hiding behind the UI a little bit, but it's visible enough. And there's not one under here. Okay, then yes, this should be 3rd. So we found the 4th and the 3rd answers so far. Really, you're just here, huh? Okay. Okay, have a good night, 8ABC. Thank you for being here. Did mean to go there, but I did not see that there was a pit there because of the fog. So that's a thing. Oh, we can go this way. Okay. Right, that's why it kept putting me there, is because it's like, hey, stupid, go the way we're telling you to go. Don't keep fucking off in a random direction. Which only makes sense, honestly. Okay, I thought I was about to get fogged just by landing down there. Instead, I got jumped, and I can live with getting jumped. Because these guys are nothing to really worry too much over. I will say, though, unless our last compass is here, we might not get the gestalt tonight. Really depends on how long the final bits take. Aha! So this one is number 2? Looks like number 2. So I don't see any of the rings on this screen. So technically we could probably brute force what number 1 is. But it might be a more than 4 or point hit this time. Since the first one was only 4, it might be like 5 or 6 this time. And while I've not been going for 100%, I have been trying to get a good amount of treasure to make sure that we are strong enough to make sure we can get through. So, I'm not actively trying to rush through this. And besides, I'm enjoying this, mostly. The mostly is mostly me staring at the Sen fight and being like, you know, that wasn't great. What's time step do? Air stepping off enemies slows them briefly. Okay, that's an interesting one. Okay. Nah. We'll put it in later. Because I don't air step off enemies that much anyway. So it's not an immediate like, oh yeah, I want this. It's more of a, that's neat. Which, credit where credit's due, they have some very interesting bonus memories to pick up. You can get some very interesting builds going. Okay, we got a fight here, huh? Okay. No exploding. The only exploding you're gonna be doing is when I slice you to bits. Okay, fine, you get to explode. Taking your friend with you. Okay, so it's the number 3 bell twice. Getting this picture around my own microphone, by the way, is a bit of a thing. Because the microphone, for those that don't know, is kind of partially over the screen. It's over the bottom left corner of the screen for me because of where I have to have it for the voice to properly work. Because if I raise it up and point it down at me, it gets in the way of the webcam. If I move it too far to the left, it gets in the way of chat. If I have it where it's at, it gets in the way of the very bottom leftmost corner of the screen. It was the least damaging place to have it, basically. It's a whole thing. And the other side of having it raised up and pointing down is that it had a bad habit of picking up the keyboard even more than it already does. Because it would more or less be pointed tangentially towards the keyboard. Which just leads to a whole slew of other issues. Apparently today is peek behind the curtain day, because I keep talking about things involved with the setup. We've already been in this room before. We already talked to you and found out that talking to you was a waste of our time. There was that other fog wall there, but judging from the pathing we've covered and the amount of places that there's fog, I have to assume that we have the information we need to do this. So was this one once? Twice? And then that one twice. Yep, it was just that simple. Which, if I tried to do that randomly, that would have actually been a much harder one to get, since it was just 2 duplications. So I most likely would have tried some variation of all 4 of them first. Though since the first one was a set of all 4, it would make sense for it to be a trick in that they would switch it up. Yep, we got another set of bells, and it looks like this one's just number 1. Yes, this is just number 1. Just gonna leave the camera mode on. Oh, you bastards. I knew they were gonna pull this shit at one point, where it wouldn't all fit on one screen. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right then, pulling up the notes app instead then, hang on. I'm gonna play that way, I can play that way too. 2 dot bell 6. I'm just gonna mark how many rings are next to each bell and how many dots are on each bell, because that's probably the shorthandest way I can do this, so we get the notes down quickly and we can just move right along while still conveying the necessary information. That's a lot of rings. So this is gonna go up to what, like 7 or 8? Oh god. So let's see, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What? There can't be 2 that are 6. Is there a ring like tucked in a fucking corner here somewhere? No, there must be a ring on the other one that I didn't spot. I know, right? And they're almost like the exact kind of ring, too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, no, this is 6. Unless there's a ring up here. No. So I need to go back to that other ring, then. That other room, rather. Now all my brain is thinking about is fucking rings. Is there one hidden somewhere? Or am I just doing a bad job counting? Because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Unless this one doesn't count. Or there's one, like, hidden somewhere in this room. Like, maybe the one that isn't mounted in any way is just a red herring. Oh, nope, there's one. So this is 7. I was suspicious because this was such a big room. Okay. So we found 6 and 7. We just need to find the rest of the numbers now. And where to use them, actually. Because it's presumably a different set of bells that I need to hit. Hello, irrelevant bird. Get out of my way. Now the question becomes, am I going the right way to find the other ones, or am I going to find where more fog is? Oh, wait, nope, this is combat, though. We're fine. Which, that's one kind of funky thing with this, is some of these heavy fog banks are just where a fight is, not where you get sent back. But it seems to only be area transitions where there's heavy fog that send you back. And heavy fog in an actual room is the fights. Ooh, this one might be funky. You'll notice there's a pull down here on the ground that may or may not have a ring on it that's relevant. I don't like that. That's fuckery. I don't like it when they do that. But so far, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and if we count the one that's on the floor, that's 5. But is there any others in this room? Because there's this whole upper section here that I feel like they're gonna fuck with me with. No, that just has a chest. Okay. That makes me immediately feel better about that. So this is either 4 or 5. I'm just gonna mark it as 4 or 5. This way, if I end up failing when I try it with one or the other of the two options, we know which other option to try. Because there's not enough clarity there for me to be like, yep, it's definitely 4 or it's definitely 5. I'm inclined to think it's just 4. But I'm not gonna bank on that. But 4 is the one I'm gonna try first. Unless I change my mind before we get to that point. Now, there is one thing that's bugging me a little. And that's, I'm looking at the amount of ground I have to cover. And I'm realizing, unless these are repeating, I don't know where else the bells are gonna be. Because you'll notice we're out of connecting points on this map. So is this combined with the previous puzzle? Like, do they expect you to hit the same bells as the last one again, and then extend it to the other ones? I feel like that would be cheeky enough that that's possible. Because it's all the same area. Because this is where bell 1 was that we hit before. Which apparently we missed a memory point down there, so it's just as well that I came back. But here's the thing though, even if we take that into account, there's a bell missing. No, there isn't. Which means the one that's 4 or 5 must be 5. Because we had a 4th one in the previous set. Okay, I think I've got it then. I think I understand what I need to do here. I just need to get back up to those bells. Because it's just this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, no. No, I did a bad thing here. I fucked up. You wanna know what I did bad? I marked 2 different ones as 2 dot bell, but this is the 2 dot bell I was supposed to hit. I fucked it. Hopefully resetting the room is good enough to fix that. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. It does mean just continue the song from the previous puzzle. That's actually reasonably intuitive. I'm kind of with that. Wait. Okay, thank God. There's more than just money here. I was about to be very upset if it was only money. This still doesn't solve our problem. But this is nice. Here's the thing, though. Well, two things, really, because there's 2 treasures missing here, too, so that's another issue. This means that this wasn't where I needed to be. And if this isn't where I needed to be, we don't know what we need to do still. That is honestly not what I thought this spell was gonna be. Searing Knuckle really made it sound like I was just gonna punch somebody, and I was so here for that. 4 slow-moving but powerful projectiles still sounds nice, but it's no set your hand on fire and punch somebody in the face. But I think I will replace Burst with it.
Hello there.
Hey there, Lixie. How are things going? You're just in time for me to have solved a bell puzzle that I almost didn't figure out because I thought I had done one of the answers and turned out I didn't. So that was a whole thing. Well, my mind is bending a little bit because of this area that I just finished, but other than that, everything's fine. And there's 2 treasures in here, but I don't think they're relevant treasures, so I'm not gonna worry about them anymore. Do you have anything to say about this? It looks like the fog is finally lifted. That's very unhelpful. That does remind me, though, I should probably talk to the person that was in here and see if she has something else to say now that the fog's been lifted as well. Okay, that marker's just for the bell. I think she was, like, right over here somewhere. She might have moved again, though. Nope, she's still here. Nope, same dialogue. Okay. Irrelevant. Moving right along. I don't know why I keep thinking these people are gonna have something useful to say, or something new to say. 9 times out of 10 so far in this game, they've not. So I don't know why I keep thinking that's gonna happen. Aside from that being a common enough thing in these games that, like, oh, you didn't pay attention this one time they had something new to say, and you missed useful dialogue. And then everyone is sad. Okay, so I can at least remove the red marker here because we've at least solved that mystery. This place can go back to just not having a marker at all. That basically leaves me only the timid islet left where something important could be. Because we've gained a new move, or at least something fairly relevant, or covered the entire mechanic of an area for most of these other areas. Like, that feels like that has to be the answer at that point. Discord, stop it. I didn't figure it was anything that I needed to worry about right now, but as usual, getting rid of the little number in the corner that's driving me crazy. Oh, speaking of driving me crazy, let's go back to this hell. Because I don't think I have a choice. I think this is our only path forward. Which is also confusing. We did all this already, yeah. There's nothing over there on the minimap. On the bright side, we can go 90% of the way back up. The only problem is I have to go up the worst part of this place. Oh, hey, there's a spell just over here, so that's one of our missing treasures. There isn't anything down here, right? Or is this where we already were? I think we already were over here, weren't we? No. No, I don't think we were. But it's irrelevant. Rip. Huh. Like, I feel like there has to be something in that giant open air section that we fall back down once we pass through the unreality portal. I feel like that has to be true. Why else would they have that whole sequence where we fall so far? Okay, got it first try this time at least, so that's good news. Let's look around here a little more this time. Make sure I'm not missing anything obvious. No, there's nothing else up here. At least not on this section. As much as these blocks make me nervous, I do kind of like them. They're kind of neat. Whee! Yeah, there's nothing over there on the minimap, and it's all spikes, so it's safe to say there's nothing there. There's a ledge there, but all it is spikes as well. I'm just gonna explore out to the sides until I hit the edges. Basically, willingly hit the edges before I hit the bottom, ideally. So that if there is something out here, I can just repeatedly go back up. Because if I touch ground, I then lose the ability to go back up. But it's not looking good. Yep, there's the boat. Okay, so unless there's something over here, it's not in the giant open air section. Which leads to a lot of questions. Really long fall, huh? It's very funny how the camera just pans away like, hey, stupid, this is where you were supposed to be. This area seems to only be 3 screens wide, so since we didn't see anything on the way down in this middle bit either, I don't think there's anything up here. Which means we missed something somewhere in there, but what this also means is it's more than likely not a required item. Which rules out this island. That's the good news. The bad news is we are once again back in the position of, well, where the hell are we going then? Like, that's gonna be the longest part of this, is figuring out where the last place I need to get a compass from is. And it may even be that the place I ruled out in the barren cave is actually what I'm supposed to do, and I just keep screwing it up. And they genuinely expect me to make that incredibly tight jump there, which feels wrong, but it's not impossible for that to be true. And we did find another ability in Rosales, so maybe there's a whole other thing there that I don't know about either. Like, I just don't know. Did we get an ability in here? I don't think we got an ability or anything like that in here. But this was also the access point for us to get into this section of islands, so I don't think a compass or an ability is here. In the interest of this not taking forever, I'm gonna try something. Can I get just a list of the abilities? Because I feel like we're only missing like one ability at this point. So it won't be a huge spoiler for me to get whatever the last ability is and where it is. Yeah, that's probably a better word for it. Useless. Nope, I am not getting any particularly great answers here. There's not like a clear wiki for this or anything, so I'm just going to go back to trying to figure this out. Which is primarily going to involve trying to get up to that ledge that is our only remaining lead at the moment. Because that's probably the thing I'm not managing to do that we need to do. It's either that or one of the portals in here is still relevant. But we went to every portal here. I just don't remember how much we did at each of them anymore. Is the only thing that remains a question mark on that one. We don't have a map of this goddamn place, so... You see, the expectation appears to be that they want me to make it up there, but that doesn't seem particularly physically possible. Because the best I could do is reach this height. If she would jump straight up off of the dash, we'd get a little higher. There we go. As you might guess, this appears to be incredibly finicky, and I'm not sure if this is the correct answer, but it's the answer I've got. Shit, fire. So it's doable. It's a makeable jump. Okay, I made it, so hopefully this leads somewhere. Because this is the only option I have, to my knowledge, that is new. And this does look important. So I think this is going to be a boss fight, considering it gave us full pulse. No, but it did give us a new place. Vernal, I'm reading you, but it doesn't make any sense. There's no island there. Wait, hold on. No, there it is. Was that there before? Never mind, I'm on my way. So remember when I said that it could be that there's an island that just doesn't exist on the map? Ta-da! God damn it. Oh, so that's your game, huh? Okay. I don't know why they give full pulse down there. Ah, what are you doing in my basement? Your basement? It's not my fault. I don't even know where I am. Oh my, things just keep going awry today. First that quake that sends all my little darlings running, and now strangers showing up unannounced. Huh? Who ran away? My poor little slimes. They must have been so scared. Could you please help me find them? They couldn't have gone too far. I'll reward you if you can bring them back to me. I'll think about it. I mean, I see one right up there. I assume most of them are probably here. Okay, good. They just start flying along behind me when I pick them up. That's fine. But I get the distinct impression based off of that this might be extra. Which still leaves us in the position of I don't know what we need to do. But at least we found a hidden island, so maybe there's maybe this is connected to a different area? Okay, all that does is reset it. I'm just gonna keep this from going anywhere. Oh, the other ones are timed too. Son of a whore. Well, I hate this. I hate this a lot. And presumably all this is just to get that one slime that's down there. No, you fucker. Get back in there. Just hit them all for a second, make sure they stay. Yep, all that did was open that up to get him. That's what I was afraid of. But at least we did it, and it wasn't as bad as it looked. And in the interest of actually getting all of these, that's probably required anyway, so... Now, as to whether getting all the slimes is required in any way, shape, or form, I have no meaningful way of knowing that. So since this is the only lead I have at the moment, I may as well free all the little guys. If they're all on this island, which presumably they all are, considering we've already found 3 here, it shouldn't be too bad to get them all. But what I suspect is this is another mini-game like the baseball and the fish mini-games. Which I did those already, so I guess I may as well do this one way or the other. Since this has been pretty straightforward so far. I was kind of hoping he would explode. Since he had the aura around him like he was gonna blow up like the other green guys do. And then he didn't do it. There he goes. That's what I wanted. I wanted him to blow up the big guy for me. It would have helped if the person looking for his slimes told us, you know, how many slimes he was looking for. That would have been a good answer to get, huh? Nope. The spikes up there are covered, but they are there. But that does... I think there might be an ability I'm missing. since we keep getting full pulse, I suspect there might be a pulse ability or something that lets us jump more or something like that. Or that might just be me barking up the wrong tree entirely. Let's see if we can turn in these three and get an idea how many more we're missing. Oh, actually, I think I have, yep. And we missed one already, apparently, because there's a second slot that's empty. But this might be more involved than I thought, because I didn't even notice these platforms entirely. So we're missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them. And we only found 3 initially. Well, there's one right there. That's probably the one we're missing. The one oddball one that didn't get counted at the beginning. That's probably because of this little bit right here. No? Huh. Well, that would have made sense. But let's see what happens when we fly away from this spot. See if anything else is opened up because of this. Hey, Sherville, you're a scientist. Why is this island all blue? I'm not a geologist. I wouldn't have the slightest clue. I bet it's paint. Why would it be painted? Smells like paint. Yeah, this island's just here now. Okay. Never mind. I get the sneaking suspicion that that is purely optional. Which puts us right back where we started. And the fact that the unreality storm's still here means we must have missed something here. There must be something else I didn't find here. Which is, in some ways, frustrating. Because I feel like we've been here a lot. And we've covered a lot of ground here. To still somehow be missing something here is infuriating on a certain level. And also is just pointing out the simple fact that if I had a fucking map of this place, we wouldn't be in this situation. That's what makes navigating all of these unreality bits so aggravating at times, is I have no context for whether I have done what I need to do or not. But, like, I'm gonna backtrack across this entire place just to make sure now, because I can't guarantee where I have and haven't been completely. Like, I'm 90% sure I've been up here, but I might not have been to every part of up here. Because I don't think we rode these blocks, for example, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, this just leads to somewhere we did go. We just ran up the wall instead of going up the blocks. Did we go this way, though? I don't think we did. I think we have been here. Considering there's a distinct lack of anything here, I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume we've collected whatever that was. Or this is... Yep. Okay, hang on. This is something, then. This is something. And it's a relatively small space, at least, so this shouldn't be too bad to do. You know, plus or minus Vernal not attacking when I tell her to attack. Doesn't matter. Now, what does that do for me? Gets me a memory point. Okay, that at least takes care of one of our missing treasures in here. I just want my compass so I can win the game. Like, in certain ways, it's more galling because of the fact that we even know where the bad guy lives. We just can't land there to go get him. Yeah, this is how we got to the Aloe Air Fortress. So this is not the one I want. Because we already logicked out the fact that the Aloe Air Fortress most likely doesn't have what we need. Because we had already gotten a compass from the captain. We pried it from his cold, mostly dead hands. His hands may or may not have been cold either, but irrelevant. So I'm just gonna check each of the portals off of here and see where they go. As well as double checking the paths off of each of these. Just to make sure there's nothing we're missing here. There is that. Was that a path I took back from somewhere? Or is that actually somewhere we haven't been? So there's a lot of spikes on that path. I'm not sure how viable going that way is. Where does this spit me out? Somewhere we haven't been. Okay, I think we might have found where I fucked up. Vernal, grab the fucking post, please. Wait, no, there's an open box there, but I didn't grab any of the treasures here somehow. Oh, that's right, because we couldn't get across the gaps here, yeah. We couldn't get across all of the gaps, I think, here. Or something along those lines. Or... Oh... Oh, right. This is how we got back to the Arboretum. But down here's a different area. That's probably where the confusion came from, then. And if there's 6 treasures in here, maybe this jungle then is where the answer I'm looking for is. Because, you know, we're missing 6 treasures in here. Getting back up through this path is going to be a bit of a bastard, though, so that's a thing. It's either that or I go all the way back around again. Yeah, I think we might have to go back around, because I don't know if you can get back up that jump. Like, I think that's in the realm of physically possible, but it'll be such a bitch that I don't know if it's a good idea. Oh, that's actually kind of annoying. And by kind of annoying, I mean very annoying. A one-way path like that in a situation like that is kind of dodgy. Oh, we never did get rid of the storm on the abandoned lab either. Huh. That's actually kind of weird that we didn't do that. I thought we did. Oh well. I'm not particularly concerned about that at the minute. Because that one I feel was ruled out because of the fact that we have gotten a key component of the set of compasses there. The problem is, if that jungle's connected to the Arboretum, that might not be right either, then. But it does lend more credence to the fact that this is the area where I'm missing something vital, because of the fact that there's an area with 6 treasures we have not cleared out. The scary thing about that whole area existing, though, is this now calls into question a lot of the pathing I thought I understood. Oh, I didn't know about you. Hello? Oh, hi. What are you doing here? Looking for someone. I think I went too far. Do you need help? No, I think I'll find my way back eventually. I think you're connected to the other one. Hello there, miss. Have we met? Yeah, you're looking for someone. Oh, that's right. I think I've gone too far, though. Right. You keep doing what you're doing. Whatever that is. Oh, hello. What's this? Oh, it's just another way to this portal. Okay. Because I don't think we ever actually went down this elevator into the jungle proper. I think we only took the path back to the Arboretum and then completely forgot this place existed. Because we got distracted by endless other things. And the fact that this is actually an area must mean that this is what I missed. And I may just be convincing myself of that, but I don't really have anything else to work with right now. So, we're gonna operate under this assumption and hope for the best. But I am acknowledging right now that this is an assumption. Huh? Yeah, would it have killed you to knock? It's not like I expected anyone to be living out here. Do you think this cabin just grew on a tree? Why are you here anyway? I don't get visitors, and you're definitely not from... Wait, the Pulse Edge? How on earth did you get this? What's it to you? You know about the Pulse Edge? Then perhaps you can help us. What do you know? We found somebody who knows plot-relevant things out in the middle of absolute fucking nowhere. But what if they're working for Asphodel? Chervil, is that you? Do you know me? I apologize sincerely, but I've lost my memory. I can't recall if we've met. I see, so it's happened to you too. Do you think you can come here in person? Time passes. It's so nice to see you after all these years. I deeply wish that I could say the same. I was a member of the Shell Project. I joined because I thought, I don't know, that I wanted to make a difference, I suppose? That I could be part of something important? As it went on, I became more uncomfortable with the nature of the work we were doing. I was afraid of what it could be used for. Before it came to fruition, I managed to escape. I tried to convince you, too. I'm sorry. I now know just how wrong I was. I wish that I could remember. Maybe you can. Eventual memory loss was a major concern during the initial stages of the project, but Asphodel insisted that it wouldn't be an issue. I suspect it's finally happening. I think I can get your memory back, but I need time and resources. Vernal, was it? I need you to get me the leaves of 3 very particular plants that grow in this area. They're quite remote and treacherous places, and I believe you're the only one of us that would be able to reach them. How are leaves supposed to help repair a machine? I'm sure it's a very complicated process, Vernal. If it means I can get my memory back, I ask that you please do this for me. Fine. And here's the map of the jungle, at least, so that'll be a huge boon towards getting the job done. And if... Oh, how much you want to bet getting his memory back's gonna lead to the last compass? Because for all I fucking know, he has it. And he's only gonna remember he has it after we get his memory back. Or something stupid like that. I swear if I get this right, I'm going to actually be annoyed. I will actually be annoyed about that. Because that will be very stupid. Like the double whammy of I didn't want to be right about this and the fact that it's a stupid plot point. Like, I'd be more understanding if he kept it back as leverage to make us help him than if he genuinely comes up as having forgotten that he had the last compass. I see why they said these are treacherous to get to, because I needed to go the other way. These sure are mean. Like, I don't even know if this is important. Like, obviously, it's important to Sherville to get his memory back. But I don't think that it's important to finishing the game, is the split point on that. But he has been a huge help, so it's probably only fair to help him anyway. And it may reveal something useful to us, whether it actually reveals how to get to the end game or not. But since we're 3 hours in today and we're not even in the final area, I am now more suspicious than before about whether we're gonna manage to do more than just finishing this today. Which is, in some ways, kind of unfortunate. In other ways, not really a problem. It just means Gestalt is probably gonna have to wait for a bit longer. Which is only a problem because I'm excited to play that game. And, you know, from the business side, it does put us further away from the release date of the game as well, which makes it a little harder to believe people will be looking out for it, but that's fine. It does have the benefit of, if there are any release bugs, we'll probably get away from those a little bit. He says, knowing full well that being who he is, he's gonna find all the issues with the game anyway. But that's neither here nor there. Oh, I didn't mean to end up down here, but I guess I'm here now. That's gonna be a fight. Anything else down here? Here's another one of these things that gives us our pulse back. But I don't know why. Because our dashing isn't related to our pulse power or anything currently. But seeing these all over the place in here means maybe we get the memory that is attached to that idea here? Which would then solve the slime area for us. And presumably that would be the only other missing ability we have, really. Unfortunately, I have no way of knowing how many abilities there are to get, considering I couldn't find a list anywhere. I'm short of, like, looking up a long play or something, which I don't even know if such a thing would exist for this specific game. You know, we're kind of just generally scuppered on that angle. And just stuck having to hope for the best. There's the next leaf, which involves going through that lower section. So getting his memory back is going to need us gaining whatever that is that I'm theorizing. Unless it's just something I'm actually genuinely just misunderstanding about how the game works. Which is admittedly always a possibility. Okay, there was nothing here. Oh, there's a memory thing up there. Or, oh, was that a memory thing? I'm now doubting my vision. I hit that too early. No, it was one of those. Okay. Like, are they meant to just get me my dash back? Because that doesn't particularly help. But I am definitely stuck down here if I can't manage to do this correctly. There we go. He says he slams his face into a different spike anyway. This is kind of brutal, honestly. Just hope there's no spikes at the bottom. Okay. There's an unreality portal there, too. So we might be on to something here. Yep, this is what we needed. You got the pulse flight major memory. Press and hold R2 while in the air to take off in any direction. Yep, that's huge. I just need to remember that it's a line, not a moving ability, it seems. Oh no, you can turn. It just is a little weird about it. Because you have to stop holding the button in order to turn. But do you have any idea how many things this pulse flight move would have made a lot more doable for us had I known that it existed? I did numerous things the hardest way possible, in complete keeping with how things normally happen around here, by virtue of not knowing any better. It's being finicky. In case people are wondering why it just keeps cutting out, the trigger just keeps giving up for some reason. Why is it not working? Hello? There we go. That's kind of weird. Like, it's got a very specific timing, or it just doesn't work. And I feel like that's unnecessary for how this is.
Hello there.
Welcome back, Lixie. I've learned to fly. It hasn't exactly gone the greatest, but I've learned to fly. After trekking around to, I've lost count how many islands trying to figure out what I was missing, we have finally made progress again. This seems hazardous to my health. Whee! Wow, that worked out a lot better than I thought it would. Ow. Yep, that's more what I expected to happen. Ooh, that flight is weird still. Oh good, enemies to get some pulse back from. Whee! Okay, so that's 2 leaves. We just need to go get 1 more, which is presumably over there. And then we can help our formerly human friend figure out all of his missing memories, theoretically. Which, that's gonna be a whole thing in and of itself. thinking I can use the flight from the ground, but all I do is taunt instead. Just throw him off the ledge. Oh, that's more fertile soil for the plant. And this is how we get out of this section. So let's not go this way yet, because I'm trying to finish what I'm doing here. But I figured I'd grab the energy out of them. So I need to go the other way around to get there. Specifically this way. I don't like the slight changes in speed you get as it kicks the flight back in each time it wears out. It makes controlling it a little weird. Okay, but with that done, we can go this way and go get, hopefully, the other leaf, because presumably the other leaf is over here somewhere. That is not what I expected those projectiles to look like either. Very weird. Okay. Whee! Oh, well, there's the last leaf. That really wasn't that bad, and having pulse flight is really going to open things up the rest of the way for us. That said, actually thinking about it, there's not too many places we couldn't reach with creative dash jumping anyway. But I'm not going to worry about that too much. With a little luck, we will get the last bit we need towards beating the game here in a minute, when we turn in these leaves, or at least get the information towards what we need to do. I turned too early. I'm definitely having a weird love and hate with this flight. I love the idea of it, but controlling it is still a little bit of a thing that I don't know how to feel about. Ah, you found one. The Shell Project. It was only possible because of a crucial discovery. The soul is equally bound to reality and unreality by two threads. It was possible to sever one or both of these threads, isolating the soul. Most credited Asphodel with that discovery, but he certainly helped, but the breakthrough itself was made by someone else. Someone else? Yes, you. Oh, another? Asphodel quickly became obsessed with becoming closer to unreality. He started the Shell Project shortly after it was deemed theoretically possible. By severing the threads of a soul and putting it in a mechanical body, any adverse effects of unreality travel would be eliminated. With his vast wealth and now a collection of his closest associates that could be anywhere at any time, he was ready to raise the islands. So he did cause that. That's all of them, then. Wait, you're making tea? I thought you said you needed those for Sherville. Oh, I do. I found it very difficult to work without my tea. I knew it was going to be something stupid like that. Which, by the same token, I can relate. But that's neither here nor there. Still, goddammit. So why go through all of this trouble? Why did Asphodel raise the islands? And how, for that matter? Honestly, I had left by that point. I'm not sure how he managed it, but I know that raising the islands did move them much closer to an area above Harakat where interference from unreality was very powerful. Okay, so he had to get closer to the source, more or less. That does make sense. I have a hunch that he plans to open a large enough portal to unreality that to fit every living being on the islands, killing most of them. What? Why would anyone do that? With enough desire in your soul, you can bring to life anything in reality. It's a blank canvas. He must want to create something using the energy from all of the souls on these islands. Is this gonna be one of those he wants to bring back somebody he lost situations where they try to make him sympathetic even though he's a fucking nutjob? Is he gonna be one of those, or is he trying to make his own separate reality that he can rule over like a god or something absurd like that? How awful. So you knew all this and you ran and hid? There wasn't much I could do. I'm only one person. I mean, technically so are we. I mean, we have Sherville, but we do all the work, really. Coward. A little bit harsh, but not inaccurate. By the way, I have some unfortunate news. I cannot reverse your memory loss. This isn't the same process we discovered in testing. Your memories were removed manually. Manually? But who would... Asphodel. I could think of one. If there's anything else I could do to help, let me know. Oh, and if you're looking for Asphodel, you'll need this. This was not as dumb, but still pretty fucking dumb a reason to get the compass. I knew it was gonna be involved with this situation here. Well, we have it. Thank you. We will stop him. Oh, I'm so mad right now. Oh, I'm annoyed. But we have it. That's what matters. That's still kind of dumb, but at least we got it. What the hell is that? The compasses have finally cleared the distortion field. That's where Asphodel has been hiding. Vernal, I think it's time we finish this. Well then, what are we waiting for? Well, mostly we're gonna be waiting for the ship to make the flight over there, really. Oh boy. Here I come to break your shit. And your shins, if you still have them. Asphodel's Tower, Treasure 2, Threat Level 5. The only Threat Level 5 we've encountered. It's time to put an end to this. So this is it. Yeah, I finally got him. Don't be too hasty. We don't know what's in store for us. Though it is odd that the entrance is unguarded. Suspicious, even. I'll do whatever it takes, Vernal. What? Have you ever killed anyone before this? No? Why? I just don't know if I could do it, is all. Do you think you really have to kill him? I'm going to kill him. I couldn't look at his face and let him live. I understand. No, you don't. But it's okay. Just make sure that if there's anything left for you to do, do it now. I don't believe we'll have a chance to later. Otherwise, this is it. I'm going. I wish I could be more useful, but I feel as if I'm better off in the ship. I'll be on the telecom as well if you need me. And please don't forget, when you see Asphodel, I'd like for you to let me speak to him. Got it, just make it quick. My stabbing reflex won't wait long. Now the question becomes, how much is he gonna put us through before we get there? Missed it. There we go. Whee! Okay, you know what? That's pretty good. Uh-oh. So this is the game you're playing, huh? Okay. I would like out of here sometime soon, game. Please? Where is exit? I would like to leave. There it is. But if it's gonna be a bunch of sequences like that, where the idea is to just drain my health, I'm gonna be kind of upset. Considering they also used up most of our pulse getting up there, so it's not like we could heal conveniently either. Which I assume is the point, is they're trying to burn you down a bit before the fight. Which strategically makes sense, but I don't have to be happy about it. I think the thing that makes me more upset is this is probably what I would do if I was building a giant tower to keep my enemies at bay. Why have a bunch of living defenses when you can just send them through a pile of inescapable death traps that at worst would weaken them, at best would kill them? You know, no one ever said they had to play fair. This does mean, though, that I'm gonna have to take these fights fairly seriously. Because I don't know what kind of leeway we're gonna get in regards to save points and such in here. Considering, you know, this is the finale. I wouldn't be shocked if there really aren't any to speak of at all. Okay. That's a lot of big boys. Thankfully, that's also a lot of big sacks of hit points for me to benefit from. So maybe this situation won't be so bad after all, is what I'm getting at. Ooh. They might have been nicer than I thought, while giving it the appearance of being worse. Of course, you know, now we're going into unreality again. Ah, okay, this is more doable. I'm better at this than at manipulating small platforms. So I assume this is gonna get nasty at some point. Yep, there it is. I knew they were gonna pull something, because that was entirely too reasonable and too fair. Therefore, it had to pull the murder out somewhere. Does make me wonder where the two treasures are. There's something right above me here. I do hope that at least if there's a big, like, main boss fight with Asphodel, that they put a save point near it. Like, do me that courtesy at least. So I don't have to climb the whole tower every time. Because if I have to climb the whole tower every time, I'm gonna be unhappy. And if anybody out there is thinking I spoke it into existence by virtue of saying that, I wish that's not going to be true, but the odds aren't bad on that being true. Okay, so that's the gimmick here, is I gotta pull a couple of levers. That's fine. They're really not very far apart or anything either. They seem to be kind of scaling this place up bit by bit, which is nice, actually. It's kind of nice to have a final area that doesn't just start out busting your balls straight away. It's like, hey, Remember all these things you've learned playing this game? Guess what? You're gonna have to do all of them. Because that's pretty typical of final areas. They just didn't expect me to do all of them simultaneously in one giant death gauntlet or anything yet. Look at me actually using my tools. Look at me go, actually doing things. That's how you know I'm taking these fights more seriously, is I'm actually using my tools instead of like, he'll probably die, right? Nope. Will he die now? No. But now? No. I wonder if I could have skipped this. It seemed like I didn't have control when I fell down there, so I don't think I would have been able to avoid fighting this. But it would have been kind of funny if I could have. Okay, this guy is being annoying. Thankfully, there's all that health back. You think you're gonna outrun me? Not a chance on your life, friend. Die! Was not having any of that teleporting shit today. Anything behind here? No. I would have hid something over here too, is why I'm like, yep, there might be something there. This is gonna be a run through this fast enough thing, isn't it? Yep, there's the death wall. It's kind of neat that they're using the load screen for it. I actually made it. I couldn't see where I was going, but I actually outran the back of it just enough. Welcome, Yep. I see I was right not to appear to you in person. Still, I was hoping you'd be more civil. We have a lot to speak about. I have nothing to say to you. Okay, let me put it this way. You will listen to what I have to say, and I'm going to make you an offer. If you refuse, I'll be forced to leave you behind. I'm not putting up with your crap. I've been very patient with you, Vernal. I'm only going to explain this once, so listen. In an hour's time, the unreality rifts present on each island will expand until finally merging into one. Hey there, Pizza Maid, how you doing? Afterwards, an incalculable surge of energy will wipe these islands clean. Glad to hear it. And the souls of those on them will power my design. A greater, deeper cut into our reality will form, and with the Pulse Edge, I will channel this energy to forge a new path, to create an entire new world. Well, there it is. As predicted, he wants to make his own world. Whether he wants to be in charge of it or not hasn't shown up yet, but there's that check mark on the bingo card. And then I can finally be free of the shackles of this miserable reality. Okay, you know what? On some levels, that's actually relatable. Will you come to your senses and go with me, or will you be burned as fuel like the rest of them? How about none of that crap happens and I kill you instead? Then you've decided. I don't know, I kind of understand both sides here. Oh, this again, huh? Vernal, you won't escape from me this time. Asphodel's sending out his lackeys to do his dirty work again, huh? I am no lackey. Sure you aren't. Oh, you can do that too now, huh? You understand absolutely nothing. You've pathetically stumbled your way through obstacle after obstacle, carried by the Pulse Edge. You've thoroughly humiliated yourself, but you will not humiliate me. Yeah, that's more my job than Vernal's, really, to humiliate you. That's true. But first I need to remember what your moveset is, which is gonna take a second. Oh, you've got a laser now, huh? Well, that's gonna be annoying. I was greedy and hoped that was gonna work. Turns out, nope. Hey, I'm over here now. See, the problem with your giant hammer plan is your hammer's slow. You know, actually, that's a thing. You call me out for being carried by my weapon, but you're getting dragged around this arena by your own hammer's weight. Really funny how that works, isn't it? Missed me again. Oh, come on. How did hers make contact first? Shenanigans, game. Shenanigans. Oh, you're really just that mad, huh? You know what? Fair enough. I can understand being upset about what you've been through here today. Oh, that's a homing attack too, huh? Okay. For not having fought her in a while, and her having new moves, I'm pretty happy with how that went. We almost first tried that. I was expecting to have to fight her again, considering. So I'm betting it's gonna be all of his lackeys along the way, so the one we dealt with before that kept sending minions after us rather than fighting us, we're probably gonna have to fight her on our way up this tower too. Nope, I fucked up blocking that. I should have just avoided. I keep forgetting she can turn when she does that. You first. Miss me. I gotta stop talking shit. What? How did that one make it through when I blocked it the same way before? Oh, she's open. See, the advantage I have is I learned from fighting her last time, where I learned that I have to fight somewhat defensively against her. And most of that seems to still be true for fighting her. And it's probably going to be the truth for most of these main boss fights at this point, is you have to block a certain amount or you just lose. Unless you're really good at dodging. Which, don't get me wrong, I'm no slouch as far as dodging goes, but there's a certain amount of shit I just can't keep up with. Nope, I shouldn't have been greedy and tried to block that to bait her into getting hit. I should have just dodged. Nope, I timed that one wrong too. Like, her melee attacks hit me pretty consistently when I try to block them. I really should stick to blocking her range and dodging her melee, and I'll be in business here, rather than trying to try new things. Once again, I risked it for that, and I ate shit. One of these days, I'm gonna learn not to do that. Today isn't that day, though. But this is why I anticipated this part taking a bit, is I anticipated a boss rush. Because why wouldn't there be a boss rush? Yeah, keep doing that attack. I like dodging that attack. This one's fine too. You're right, you aren't. Miss me. Nope, I got greedy. Let's get that health back. Block all of that. I insist, you first. Nope, I timed that wrong because I misread what move she was going for there. Like, most of her moveset's actually really easy to deal with. Yep, now she's mad. Now this becomes a problem. Oh, I can't block that either, huh? Can I block this? Yes, I can. Oh, now we do this again. Are you just not gonna stop doing this now? Is this just how your fight works now? Oh, this could be... Okay, that's fine. Because now you're back to doing this, and that's absolutely okay. Or, you know, my jump could just only half jump for some reason. That can happen. Ooh, that second phase transition is mean. But we now know that there's a limit to it. So I shouldn't try to get greedy and try to hit her during that part. Speaking of not getting greedy. Nope, timed it wrong. Nope, the one time she got me with that laser, I think, this entire fight. Nope, I dodged the wrong way that time. Nope. So close to stunning her before she could do that. I was saving it for when she was close to half so I could hopefully avoid her doing this, at least for a little while. Okay, so I just need to dodge 2 phases of this. But the problem is she's gonna hurt me a lot here. And oh, that doesn't actually do damage though. Okay, that's actually fine then. Oh, she does that a bit wider than I thought. Ugh. I thought I was gonna squeak under it. I mismeasured that. I shouldn't have risked it. I should have just dashed past there. Oh, this isn't a bad fight though. This is actually pretty reasonable. Because every move she's had so far, we've had a counter to. I just need to execute said counter correctly. And, you know, not getting the shit kicked out of me all the time would help immensely towards winning this fight. Crazy concept, I know, not getting beat up. I really should also be mixing my spells in to do more damage to her, now that I'm getting a little more comfortable with the pattern. Nope, timed that wrong because I was being greedy. I can't believe I got away with that. Nope, right over her head. I will say, all of the other fights we've had up to this point have been a great teaching tool for how to fight this, actually. Like, credit where it's due, we have encountered most of these mechanics in other fights up till this point. With slight variations in the methodology in how they're applied, but the concepts have been there. Oh, you can dodge her grab. Okay, that isn't a guaranteed take damage move then. I got thrown off by that realization though. Nope. Nope, I should have done that. I should have did one of the other pulse moves, but I reflexively go for that one all the time. It's my horizontal one, so I end up doing it without thinking about it most of the time. Because the pulse moves are directional for those that never caught that bit. So since I'm usually holding one of two directions, usually left or right, I end up doing those pulse inputs without meaning to. Nope, slightly too greedy there. Nope, that was greedy. Got her. There we go. Get a good bit of damage in there before she pulls this phase, and now we should be in a pretty good spot as long as I don't make too many stupid mistakes. Okay, I straight up can't dodge that. I was curious whether that was dodgeable or not, and figuring that out might have been a terrible decision. Nope, too early. Oh, wow, that does a set amount of damage. Okay, good to know. The playing field has been leveled. And I fucked up. If she didn't do a set amount of damage with that attack, I think we would have been okay. But she guaranteed puts you down to that last section of your health bar if she catches you with that. And it's not that hard to dodge, so that one's entirely on me. I don't have to be happy about it, but that was entirely player error that caused that. I don't particularly like the idea of a guaranteed attack like that to do that much damage, but it's a one and done attack she has, so I think that's okay. Ooh. We've had this discussion before. You're right that you're not. Too early. Too early again. Shit. This might be a disaster now. The only saving grace we have is that her pattern resumes rather than her gaining anything too crazy. Ugh, I thought I could dash again, but I couldn't. I should have just stayed still, but I wanted to get out of it to get my head back together for a second. Yeah, it was a waste of that spell. I actually should just be using chasers because they're the only one I can guarantee will hit her. And now I'm just fucking up left and right for some reason. Jesus. Thankfully, it's recoverable. Greedy. Getting greedy. Damn it. I was trying to keep her from doing that. Because I realized I had her in a loop and I was trying to keep that loop going, even though that meant accepting getting hit occasionally. On the bright side, if I get caught by that special move this time, it's not as damaging. But there's a hint about when it's coming out, is if you watch that spark in the corner, you can actually tell when she's gonna hit with it. Nope. I gotta keep my spacing with that move, otherwise I get caught by it really easily. Nope. The second I let go of the button, which I didn't intend to do, by the way. I meant to jump, but my finger slipped just enough trying to hit jump that I released the charge before I jumped. Ugh. We're definitely gonna be here for a little bit. We're so close. The biggest part right now is finding more ways to fit damage in against her. Ideally without getting hit myself. Oh wow, I managed to catch that one and block it, huh? And then she decided to do it twice because, you know, that's fair. I thought I didn't have a sword on her. I don't know how I didn't notice it floating over her fucking head. Oh, I'm making stupid mistakes now. Yep. Speaking of stupid mistakes. Oh my god. And I just let that one go at that point, because with the amount of health we had left, unless I managed to do really well in that second half, it was over. And I figured it was better to just reset the rhythm at that point. But yeah, if all of the fights at the end here are going to be like this one, I'm going to be spent by the time we're done here, so that's going to be that. And I knew it was ambitious to try to start Gestalt after this, don't get me wrong. That was more of a backup in case this ended up being really quick to finish. Here, have some back. Sucker! Neener, neener. Yeah, I had to give an attack back at some point, Woo. Really? That made contact? I feel like that was out of her attack range, but you know what? Sure, why not? I got away with some shit too, so it's only fair. Watch for the spark. Really? I feel like they changed the timing on me there, just by like a frame. Because last time when she went for the grab and I dodged it, the spark disappeared right after the attack started. That time, the spark disappeared right after the attack had already launched. Like, there was just a very small difference. Got her, though. Doesn't matter. You lose again. Why do you follow him anyway? Do you think I have a choice? Yeah, of course. You don't know what you have, Vernal. You really just do whatever you want, don't you? You have no one to answer to, no responsibility, no commitment. You know, you can teleport around, you've got that big hammer, you can literally go do whatever the hell you want. Asphodel created me, and he can uncreate me. The only way I'll have my freedom is if his plan succeeds, and if he leaves reality. The man absolutely sickens me, and he always has, ever since I was created. Created? I was born here, in unreality, cursed to bear the presumed appearance of the daughter he left behind. A symbol of his pathetic obsession. So you're... God, he really is that pathetic. If you hate him so much, why are you letting him get away with this? Is it worth all these lives? I told you, I can't do anything. He has a knife to my throat. Then let's kill him together. That's what I despise most about you, Vernal. Your complete ignorance of how easy you have it. The way you act as if there's no consequences. Easy? Do you think being abandoned by your own father's easy? Do you think watching your mother die in front of your eyes before you even know what death is easy? Do you think spending your entire childhood alone and afraid is easy? Perspective's a motherfucker, huh? Good luck, Vernal. You'll need it. Well, this is a surprise. Have you changed your mind? Nope, still here to kill you. I'll give you some time to cool off then. How about a tour? Oh, great. This is really gonna be a thing, huh? Okay. I had a whole meal prepared for us to talk over once you finally got here. Sadly, you weren't willing to be reasonable with me, and now the food has to go to waste. Hey there, Jay. How you doing? What a shame. You know, I feel like all these monsters in here might have spoiled the meal anyway. Just in time for the final area of this game. And boy, has it been a thing so far. We had to traverse quite a lot of parkour challenges already. Face off against a fairly hefty boss refight. And now apparently we're going on a tour of the entire facility. Before they let us finally face off against Asphodel. If we even get to face off against him at all. I'm still wondering if they're gonna try to pull a twist on us at the end about that too. I hate this table that's in the middle of this room. This table is such a menace to navigation. Oh, and we're not done in here, huh? Of course we aren't. That would be too simple. Okay. Anybody else? Bunch of exploding birds. That's fine. You guys just take care of yourselves. I don't even need to fight you. Come on, you two. Go on then. Okay, fine. Okay, you know what? I was saving this for a rainy day, but here's a storm for the lot of you. Good. That was a lot of enemies just crammed in this little office. I don't know if you remember Vernal, but this is what your mother looked like. Oh, this is just rude. I loved her dearly, and I loved you too. Bull crap. It's true, Vernal. It pained me to leave her, especially while she was still pregnant with you. You really are a piece of shit. But I knew what my destiny was. I've got your destiny right here. I understand this is hard for you to grasp. There are some things that are more important than individual lives. More important than a whole kingdom's worth? Correct. There's either something very wrong that only he knows about, or he's off his fucking rocker, and I can't really decide which. Vernal, I'm picking up a signal from your telecom. Hold still for a moment, I may be able to... Crash the ship through the wall. You know what? Well played, Sherville. Well played. At least that gives us a save point and a way out of here. But we already have a save point in the form of, well, a save point. But if we needed to leave, we do have a way out now. Oh hey, that's a health extension. Despite how pleasing the results are, I've always hated gardening. No matter how much you prune and pluck, the plants always find a way to grow ever outwards. Nature is as terrifying as it is beautiful. Have you considered that you're a control freak? Have you just ever considered the fact that you just need to control every single thing, and that's your problem? Just, you ever consider that, the Asphodel? You know? Just, no? No, you never really considered that that might be the thing? Okay. There's a door there, so presumably there's another door I need to go through to get to that. I ran out of energy. The movement here at the end of the game really has taken a huge turn for the mostly better. Like, I feel like some of it's a little redundant and a little too much, but I enjoy it. And the only reason I say it's somewhat redundant is because a lot of things can be reached multiple ways, which is at face value a positive thing. The kicker to that ends up being, if you make too many of the moves you've gained irrelevant by just giving you better versions of the same move, it starts to trivialize what you gained. And it can be a weird double-edged sword that way sometimes. And I don't know if that's a thing everybody feels or not. I feel like that might end up being more of a personal taste slash I've played too many things, so this becomes something I notice situation. It's really hard to say for sure on that one. Okay, I'm missing one switch to get that health piece, but by the same token, getting that's not going to get us a health extension. So if I don't find this remaining switch soon, I'm probably just gonna leave it. In the interest of getting us out of here and done sooner. Oh, found it. The one I saw on the minimap that confused me turned out to be the one I needed. And this door might also lead to something. Oh, I needed to do that, in fact, so that actually works out. So we weren't leaving that behind anyway. This is Astral Maria's training course. She used it almost every day. I guess you really were just using her to fight your battles. On the contrary, she insisted this be built for her at quite a young age. She's always shown an aptitude for combat. Well, it's almost like the person you built her after already had a predilection towards violence and combat. And I'm sure you did absolutely nothing to foster that concept. And if you couldn't hear the sarcasm dripping off of that, I don't know what to tell you. Up we go. Ding. Oh, this is how we're playing this bit now, huh? Okay, well, good news. I know ways around those at this point. Yeah, this is all on a timer, so of course it is. Okay, let's just let that reset right quick. Because otherwise the slightly off timing we have on these two is going to make this just more of a pain than it's worth. I didn't realize this panel was even here. That's an infinitely better path through this and what the? I saw the lever get hit. We saw it go across and we didn't hear it go off. Shenanigans, game. Fucking shenanigans. Bunch of training dummies that apparently There's no combat there? Surprising. I really dislike the fact that I can't use my flight from the ground. Like, I feel like that's just a bad oversight. The fact that you can't engage the flight mechanic when you're standing on the ground. Because it adds an extra step that I feel like shouldn't be necessary to the process. I mean, maybe it's just me because it's been inconveniencing me that I feel this way. But I don't really have any other samples to work off of other than my own feelings about it thus far. But we've done all the things to get through this, so onwards. Another save point, always helpful. There he is. You thought this would be easy, didn't you? Yep. We're fighting him on his home terrain now in Unreality, so he can do whatever the hell he wants. Which apparently this is what he came up with. Oh, that laser hits hard, huh? Thankfully, he does have 3 distinct places you can hit, which is kind of nice. I have to assume there's a second phase to this, though, right? This is going too quickly. Unless this is one of those games where the final fight actually ends up being just underwhelming, which could happen. He is just a crazed scientist, after all, with access to a whole reality he can bend to his will, but he's only got so much power behind it.
I've sacrificed everything.
Yep.
My wife, my child, my closest friends. You wouldn't let that be in vain, would you?
So he has a shell as well. I kind of figured he would. And here's the thing. You're the one who chose to waste these lives if they go to waste. I'm stuck again. Oh, that's a homing attack, huh? Well, that fucking blows. So he's all about the big, hard-to-avoid attacks that are kind of slow.
Soon you'll understand.
Well, one of us will understand, that much is clear. You know, I feel like this is lasting too long at this point. Oh, this is a thing you're doing now, huh? Thank you. She's giving us a fighting chance here. Because I presume otherwise that would have been real hard to deal with. We almost had that first try. I wonder if that's a checkpoint, or if I have to do the first phase again. I shouldn't ask these questions. These questions never make me happy. You know, this makes me wonder, though. Since these things on his hands look an awful lot like the monsters we've been fighting, did he create all the monsters? Is he the reason there were monsters to begin with? Like, was this his way of finding out who was worthy of being in his new reality and who wasn't? Some shit like that? Because that seems like it's exactly the kind of thing he'd be doing. I thought that phase was gonna end. It's a bit of a thing, yeah. His whole thing is, since he can mold unreality by virtue of using souls for power. He's trying to dump an entire nation, basically, into a rift in order to power him making his own world. Which it's kind of wild when you think about it. I thought I timed that right. Turns out I didn't. But, like, the creation of anything, of course, needs a power source. So, like, that part I understand.
Why do you persist?
Because people like you need a reality check. That's why we persist.
Soon you'll understand.
Because you can't always have everything you want. Even if you have the power to make it so, doesn't mean it's gonna happen.
Vernal. No respect.
Oh, you can do that too, huh? Okay. Good for you. Hopefully that doesn't mean he heals when he does anything with that. Otherwise, that'll be a problem.
Vernal. Why do you persist?
Why do you keep asking stupid questions? You lose, old man. We done now? Looks like we might be done. My own daughters. How could you? Gee, I wonder, could it be all of the abuse? Leaving people to die? Being a megalomaniacal fuck? Got options, really. Where do we start? Where do we end? You know, we got choices. You were never my father. Nor mine. Asphodel. Chauvel, it's been so long since I've heard your voice. Everyone you've ever met, you've betrayed and abandoned. Did you really think this would end any other way? I was so close, Chauvel. We could have been free. I could have made things better. But I knew it would catch up to me. Then why'd you keep doing it? Oop. I'm done here. Are you even gonna keep existing? Huh. Vernal? Oh, we're getting an actual full scene here. She's chucking the pulse edge. Are you okay? She just watched her father disappear in a puff of green light. Probably not. Her whole purpose has been to get here and to deal with that. There's only so much finishing something like that's going to do that's positive. There's a lot of negative baggage that's gonna come with that. Because she now has to figure out what the hell her life's gonna be. And that's a pretty hefty thing to figure out. And you know, the whole discussion of this is her first time killing somebody kind of comes into. That's a whole other concern. Chauvel? Yes. Thank you. And that's game. They really hit you hard at the end there, huh? Dropped a lot of shit on your head right at the end of the game. A lot of it was kind of hinted at the whole way, so I don't know if it hit anybody else, but I kind of caught most of what they were going to try to pull emotional heartstring-wise at the end here a while ago. Like, I'm pretty sure I even said out loud that I was pretty sure that the lady with the hammer was either a clone or some manner of person created by Asphodel. So that one really wasn't very subtle for the most part. The whole being made through unreality thing, I probably should have seen coming, but didn't actually catch that one. I thought she was just like a really advanced shell made to look like Vernal, and then handed a hammer and told to go nuts. Which is not entirely inaccurate, as it turns out. And the whole he wanted to make his own world to make things better, with air quotes, pretty much called that one a while ago as well. And that's the thing, though. None of this had to be subtle or anything breaking new grounds for it to have been decently done, and it was. They did pretty well with this. I would say the writing was decent enough, the plot was reasonably out there, just enough to keep it interesting without being completely beyond the pale. So I would say they did pretty well here. The exploration was satisfying for the most part. Couple parts were a little annoying, but there's always going to be a couple parts like that. All things considered, compared to my first impression of it from the demo, this has been so much better than that impression. It went from, I'm probably going to avoid this because I didn't care for the demo, to, I actually am willing to recommend this game. It'll last you a decently long time, and there's a fair few odds and ends we didn't go collect. So there's ground to cover. And I do need to backpedal my feelings about the Sen fight a little bit, because hindsight is a motherfucker, and there's one thing that I should have considered more that I obviously showed you all here today, and that is the power of blocking in this game. I got in my own head during that fight and convinced myself that if I continued to sit there and keep blocking like I was talking about at the time, the fight would never go anywhere. Which, there is one accuracy to that, and that is the frequency with which she was using her laser move did make it a lot harder to get anything in compared to the other ones. We apparently just didn't even see whatever that thing is, so that's something. But yeah, that's the closest thing to an unreasonable fight this game had, though. I would say every fight in this game is actually reasonably balanced. I didn't care for that fight in particular, but I'm willing to back down my feelings on it a little bit and say that it wasn't unreasonable. And the only reason we even got stuck for how long we did today was because I misremembered something, so I can't even say that there's a direction issue in this game. It actually led you from point to point just enough that you'd figure it out on your own, which means they did that well. So, reasonable marks for that. Because outside of the very beginning, I didn't feel like they held my hand much at all. And even at the beginning, they didn't hold my hand a ton in terms of location. Like, as you all saw in the first session, we actually just went island to island without that much knowledge of which one we had a reason to go to. I only knew to go to the Arboretum because that's the one that was in the demo. But here at 4.5 hours in, I now have a decision to make. Do I do just like an hour or so of Gestalt to get that ball rolling? Do I stop? Or do I just, like, mystery answer C, do something? That's the real question mark I have. Because I'm not as... I don't have a wheel to spin there, Jay. Unless I sit there and set up one, which I could, but it would take a bit. what I was gonna say is I'm not completely worn down, so I probably could do a bit of gestalt, but I can feel the edge coming in on my throat a bit, where trying to voice act all of that would take a bit. Well, what I mean is I would have to actually make the wheel and everything, because I would have to go remember what the website is for those to begin with, for one, and two, type everything in there, which it wouldn't take that long. But point being... Okay. The point I was trying to... I get that. You're fine. The point I was trying to get out, though, is I don't think I could read out everything text-wise that would be coming up in Gestalt, because I know that that game is a little text-heavy in a couple places early on, or at least it was in the demo. So I don't think it would be a good idea for my voice to do that right now. Which is a shame, because I really want to play that game, but I also want to do all of that with it to add as much as I can to it. So I think we will save that for if it ends up happening tomorrow. Otherwise, it probably will wait till Monday. His Saturday is the 7 Days to Die lobby still. And I just need to see how well Xeno is feeling tomorrow to find out whether I'm doing Gestalt tomorrow or doing something with her, basically. And judging from the fact that she was talking about having some kind of infection or something, it may turn into I just play Gestalt tomorrow, but we'll see how she feels in the morning. And then Tuesday, there's actually going to be a fairly significant change to how things are going. And in that, I will actually be quite late on Tuesday. And there's going to be a Lethal Company lobby featuring a couple old people you've seen on the channel before and at least one new face. So that's going to be exciting. That said, I can't tell you exactly what time it's going to be. It'll be somewhere between 6 and 8 p.m. Eastern. We just need to finish making final plans as to what works best for everybody for that. But barring something tragic happening to one of the people or multiple of the people involved, that's going to be happening on Tuesday. So that's going to be fun. And I am probably not going to be streaming it, but I will be playing some Risk of Rain with somebody Monday night as well. But that will be in addition to the regular stream, so that's why I am saying Gestalt will at a minimum be played on Monday. Wow, this credit's still going, huh? I really figured by the time I got all those thoughts out that the credits would have ended by now. But this has a lot of Kickstarter backers, apparently. Which, good for them. Well played. I'm glad to see that people backed yet another good Metroidvania. But goddamn. Which, speaking of kickstarted things, I'm still waiting on at least one more thing I kickstarted, which was supposed to have... which had hinted that it was going to come out this summer, but apparently might not now, considering it hasn't happened yet. And I'm a little upset about that, but, you know, it's one of those, it's a Kickstarter game. It'll come out when it comes out. There's not really any two ways to that one. I actually recognize some of these names, too. But some of them are common enough that they may be multiple people with the same name, too. Who knows? Kingdoms of the Dump. Jesus. Hey, looks like we're out of the credits more or less in time. So here's the thing. I do have a couple things up my sleeve I could do for a bit. Oh, hey, we unlocked a new difficulty that I am not going to do. 80% of the game is actually pretty good. I'd say that's more than I thought I got, actually. I actually was figuring it was going to be more than either a flat 70 or like a 65, with the amount of places I left with some treasures still sitting in them. I am actually gonna get a screen grab of this. So I'm pretty happy about that. And that'll probably go in the ending post. What can I say? You spend enough time playing Metroidvanias, you just kind of get a natural sense of how to navigate them. And it just kind of shows itself. So here's one thing I'm going to do. I'm going to flip a coin. Heads, we will play something else for a little bit. Tails will raid. That's where we're going to be at right now. Okay, the coin agrees with my general sense of I should stop so I don't overdo it. So that is what will happen. I know I had prompted and advertised this as being both Gestalt and Vernal, but I had also said that the odds of Gestalt actually happening weren't great, so I think that's fine. I just need to go find us a place to go. And I do have one obvious option, but that's also a lobby I said I was going to be busy for, because I had anticipated that I was going to be going longer today. And the two-sided coin to that is I could support the people I would have been playing with, but then the obvious question of, well, why don't you join us will come up, and I don't know if I want to deal with that. Just to put it mildly on that one. So I think I'm going to avoid the obvious choice there, as much as it is in fact the obvious choice. And I'm going to put my choices down to just 2 streams that I see live right now, and the coin will save me once again. One of these I haven't been to in a bit, so kind of expecting it to land there, but we'll see what happens. Wow. You know, sometimes you just get that thing that happens that makes you feel like you should go gambling. Mostly the fact that I predicted which side this coin was going to land on. Now, admittedly, there's something I should have checked before I did that, and that is whether they're ending soon. This is true. And while it's simultaneously a fact and a fallacy, it certainly is a thing. No, she's only been up for an hour and a half. She should be going for a little bit longer yet, so that should be fine. Ooh. Okay, so we already talked schedule, so there's really not too much for me to... Well, of course, yeah. Memes will be memes. Just don't let your dreams be memes, or your memes be dreams. But I'll go ahead and get that timer started so we can go see Kimmy, who's, of course, still playing Paper Mario Thousand Year Door because that game lasts forever. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. I'm glad this worked out as well as it did. I did have some reservations when I picked this game up, as I mentioned when we started it. But I will see you all next time for whatever happens tomorrow. Good night, everybody, and be good to Kimmy. We have seen her often if you've been around here long enough, so you already know that I recommend her. Absolutely. Good night, everybody.